He is a very honorable. Oh no. Oh no. And I don't like where this is going. Okay. Yeah.
Test. Oh, there we go. Zork was one of the earliest and most famous text adventure games. According to my Grail diary, I'd play the game through to the end just once, all in one day, over 4 years ago. Start over. No, I can't start over. I forgot I had to update drivers. Since then, in a shocking display of unforgivable. No, okay, look, I didn't read it through. I didn't read over anything funny, so there's nothing missed. Since then, in a shocking display of unforgivable ignorance, I'd somehow forgotten two very important details about the game. One, Zork began with your character standing outside a shuttered White House. Two, inside the living room of that White House, there was a trophy case. To complete the game, every treasure you collected had to be returned to the living room and placed inside the trophy case. Finally, the rest of the quatrain made sense. The captain conceals the jade key in a dwelling long neglected, but you can only blow the whistle once the trophies are all collected. Decades ago, Zork and its sequels had all been licensed and recreated inside the Oasis as stunning three-dimensional immersive simulations, all located on the planet Frobos, which was named after a character in the Zork universe. So the dwelling long neglected, the one I'd been trying to locate for the past 6 months, had been sitting right here in the open on Frobos this entire time, hiding in plain sight. Oh, my bad, Joy. I'll make a roll for it or something. I don't know. For the next time we do this. I checked the ship's navigational computer. Traveling at light speed, it would take me just over 15 minutes to reach Frobos. There was a good chance the Sixers would beat me there. If they did, there would probably already be a small armada of Sixer gunships waiting in orbit around the planet when I dropped out of light speed. I would have to fight my way through them to reach the surface and then either lose them or try to find the Jade team with them still breathing down my neck. Not a good scenario. Luckily, I had a backup plan. My ring of teleportation. It was one of the most valuable magic items in my inventory, looted from the horde of a red dragon I'd slain on Gygax. The ring allowed my avatar to teleport once a month to any location in the oasis. I only used it in dire emergencies as a last ditch means of escape or when I needed to get somewhere in a big hurry, like right now. I quickly programmed the Vonnegut's onboard computer to autopilot the ship to Frobos. I instructed it to activate its cloaking device as soon as it dropped out of hyperspace, then locate me on the planet's surface and land somewhere nearby. If I was lucky, the Sixers wouldn't detect my ship and blast it out of the sky before it could reach me. If they did, I'd be stuck on Frobos with no way to leave, while the entire Sixer army closed in on me. I engaged the Vonnegut's autopilot, then activated my ring of teleportation by speaking the command word, Brundel. When the ring began to glow, I said the name of the planet where I wished to teleport. A world map of Frobos appeared on my display. It was a large world, and like the planet Middletown, its surface was covered with hundreds of identical copies of the same simulation. In this case, recreations of the Zork playing field. There were 512 copies of it, to be exact, which meant there were 512 white houses spaced out evenly across the planet's surface. I should be able to obtain the Jade Key at any one of them, so I selected one of the copies at random on the map. My ring emitted a blinding flash of light, and a split second later, my avatar was there, standing on the surface of Frobos. I opened my Grail diary and located my original notes on how to solve Zork. Then I pulled up a map of the game's playing field and placed it in the corner of my display. Surveying the skies, I didn't see any sign of the Sixers, but that didn't mean they hadn't already arrived. Sorrento and his underlings had probably just teleported to one of the other playing fields. Everybody knew that the Sixers had already been camped out in Sector 7, waiting for this moment. As soon as they saw H's score increase, they would have used Findoro's Tablet of Finding and learned that he was currently on Frobos, which meant the entire Sixer Armada would already be on its way here. So I needed to get to the key as quickly as possible, then get the hell out of Dodge. I took a look around. My surroundings were eerily familiar. The opening text in the game Zork read as follows. West of house. You are standing in an open field, west of a white house, with a boarded front door. There is a small mailbox here. My avatar now stood in that open field, just west of the White House. The front door of the old Victorian mansion was boarded up, and there was a mailbox just a few yards away from me, at the end of the walkway leading to the house. The house was surrounded by a dense forest, and beyond it I saw a range of jagged mountain peaks. Glancing off to my left, I spotted a path leading to the north, right where I knew it should be. I ran around to the back of the house. I found a small window there, slightly ajar, and I forced it open and climbed inside. As expected, I found myself in the kitchen. A wooden table sat in the center of the room, and on it rested a long brown sack and a bottle of water. A chimney stood nearby, and a staircase led up to the attic. A hallway off to my left led to the living room, just like the game. But the kitchen also contained things that weren't mentioned in the game's text description of this room. A stove, a refrigerator, several wooden chairs, a sink, and a few rows of kitchen cabinets. I opened the fridge. It was full of junk food. Fossilized pizza, snack puddings, lunch meat, and a wide array of condiment packets. I checked the cupboards. They were filled with canned and dry goods, rice, pasta, soup, and cereal. One entire cupboard was crammed with boxes of vintage breakfast cereals, most of which had been discontinued before I'd been born. Fruit Loops, Honeycombs, Lucky Charms, Count Chocula, Quisp, Frosted Flakes, and hidden way at the back was a lone box of Captain Crunch. Printed clearly on the front of it were the words, Free Toy Whistle Inside. The captain conceals the Jade Key. I dumped the contents of the box out to the counter, scattering golden cereal nuggets everywhere. Then I spotted it, a small plastic whistle encased in a clear cellophane envelope. I tore off the cellophane and held the whistle in my hand. It was yellow in color, with the cartoon face of Captain Crunch molded on one side and a small dog on the other. The words Captain Crunch Bosun Whistle were embossed on either side. I raised the whistle to my avatar's lips and blew into it, but the whistle emitted no sound and nothing happened. You can only blow the whistle once the trophies are all collected. I pocketed the whistle and opened the sack on the kitchen table. I saw a clove of garlic inside, and I added it to my inventory. Then I ran west into the living room. The floor was covered with a large oriental rug. Antique furniture, the kind I'd see in films from the 1940s, was positioned around the room. A wooden door with odd characters carved into its surface was set into the west wall, and against the opposite wall there was a beautiful glass trophy case. It was empty. A battery powered lantern sat on top of the case, and a shining sword was mounted on the wall directly above it. I took the sword and the lantern, then rolled up the oriental rug, uncovering the trapdoor I already knew was hidden underneath. I opened it, revealing a staircase that led down into a darkened cellar. I turned on the lamp. As I descended the staircase, my sword began to glow. What the? I continued to refer to the Zork notes in my Grail diary, which wait, did I? Yeah, my bad, my bad. I continued to refer to the Zork notes in my Grail diary, which reminded me exactly how to make my way through the game's labyrinth of rooms, passageways, and puzzles. I collected all 19 of the game's treasures as I went, returning repeatedly to the living room in the White House to place them in the trophy case, a few at a time. Along the way, I had to do battle with several NPCs, a troll, a cyclops, and a really annoying thief. As for the legendary Gru, lurking in the dark, waiting to dine on my flesh, I simply avoided him. Aside from the Captain Crunch whistle hidden in the kitchen, I found no surprises or deviations from the original game. To solve this immersive three-dimensional version of Zork, I simply had to perform the exact same actions required to solve the original text-based game. By running at top speed and by never stopping to sightsee or second-guess myself, I managed to complete the game in 22 minutes. Shortly after I collected the last of the game's 19 treasures, a tiny brass bauble, a notice, what the? That's weird. Oh. Shortly after I collected the last of the game's 19 treasures, a tiny brass bauble, a notice flashed in my display informing me that the Vonnegut had arrived outside. The autopilot had just landed the ship in the field to the west of the White House. Its cloaking device was still engaged and its shields were up. If the Sixers were already here, in orbit around the planet, I was hoping they hadn't spotted my ship. I ran back to the living room of the White House one last time and placed the final treasure inside the trophy case. Just as in the original game, a map appeared inside the case, directing me to a hidden barrow that marked the end of the game. But I wasn't concerned with the map or with finishing the game. All the trophies were now collected in the case. So I took out the Captain Crunch whistle, had 3 holes across the top, and I covered the third one to generate the 2600 hertz tone that made this whistle famous in the annals of hacker history. Then I blew one clear, shrill note. The whistle transformed into a small key, and my score on the scoreboard increased by 18,000 points. I was back in second place, a mere 1,000 points ahead of H. A second later, the entire Zork simulation reset itself. The 19 items in the trophy case vanished, returning to their original locations, and the rest of the house and the game's playing field returned to the same state in which I'd found them. As I stared at the key in the palm of my hand, I felt a brief jolt of panic. The key was silver, not the milky green color of jade, but when I turned the key over and examined it more closely, I saw that it appeared to be wrapped in silver foil like a stick of gum or a bar of chocolate. I carefully peeled the wrapper away, and a key made of polished green stone was revealed inside, the jade key. And just like the copper key, I saw that it had a clue etched into its surface. Continue your quest by taking the test. I reread it several times, but no immediate revelations as to its meaning. Excuse me. So I placed the key in my inventory, then examined the wrapper. It was silver foil on one side and white paper on the other. I didn't see any markings on either side. Just then, I heard the muffled roar of approaching spacecraft and knew it must be the Sixers. It sounded like they were here in force. I pocketed the wrapper and ran out of the house. Overhead, thousands of Sixer gunships filled the sky like an angry swarm of metal wasps. The ships were separating into small groups as they descended, heading off in different directions, as if to blanket the entire surface of the planet. I didn't think the Sixers would be foolish enough to try to barricade all 512 instances of the White House. That strategy had worked for them on Ludus, but only for a few hours, and they'd only had one location to barricade. The entire planet of Frobos was in a PvP zone, and both magic and technology functioned here, which meant that all bets were off. There were hordes of beaters arriving here soon, armed to the teeth, and if the Sixers tried to keep all of them at bay, it would mean war on a scale never before seen in the history of the Oasis. As I continued running across the field and up the ramp of my ship, I spotted a large squadron of gunships, about 100 or so, descending from the sky directly above my location. They appeared to be heading straight for me. Max had already powered up the Vonnegut's engine, so I shouted for him to lift off as soon as I was aboard. When I reached the cockpit controls, I threw the throttle wide open, and the descending swarm of Sixer gunships banked hard to follow me. As my ship blasted its way skyward, I began to take heavy fire from several directions, but I was lucky. My ship was fast, and my shields were top of the line, so they managed to hold up long enough for me to reach orbit. They failed a few seconds later, and the Vonnegut's hull suffered an alarming amount of damage in the handful of seconds it took to make me jump to light speed. It was a close call. Those bastards almost got me. My ship was in bad shape. So instead of returning directly to my stronghold, I headed to Joe's Garage, an orbital starship repair shop over in Sector 10. Joe's was an honest NPC-operated establishment with reasonable rates and lightning-fast service. I used them whenever the Vonnegut needed repairs or upgrades. While Joe and the boys worked on my ship, I sent H a brief email to say thanks. I told him that whatever debt he felt he owed to me was now mostly definitely paid in full. I also caught to being a colossally insensitive, self-centered asshole and begged him to forgive me. As soon as the repairs to my ship were finished, I headed back to my stronghold. Then I spent the rest of the day glued to the news feeds. The word about Frobos was out, and every beater with the means had already teleported there. Thousands of others were arriving by spacecraft every minute to do battle with the Sixers and secure their own copy of the Jade Key. The news feeds were airing live coverage of the hundreds of large-scale battles breaking out in Frobos around nearly every instance of the dwelling long neglected. The big beater clans had once again banded together to launch a coordinated attack on the Sixers' forces. It was the beginning of what would come to be known as the Battle of Frobos, and casualties were already mounting on both sides. I also kept an eye on the scoreboard, waiting to see evidence that the Sixers had begun to collect copies of the Jade Key while their forces held the opposition at bay. As I feared, the next score to increase was the one beside Sorrento's IOI employee number. It jumped 17,000 points, moving him into 4th place. Now that the Sixers knew exactly where and how to obtain the Jade Key, I expected to see their other avatar scores begin to jump as Sorrento's underlings followed his lead. But to my surprise, the next avatar to snag the Jade Key was none other than Shoto. He did it in less than 20 minutes after Sorrento. Somehow, Shoto had managed to evade the hordes of Sixers currently swarming all over the planet, enter an instance of the White House, collect all 19 of the required treasures, and obtain his copy of the key. I continued to watch the scoreboard, expecting to see his brother Dido's score increase as well, but that never happened. Instead, a few minutes after Shoto obtained his copy of the key, Dido's name disappeared from the scoreboard entirely. There was only one possible explanation. Dido had just been killed. Over the next 12 hours, chaos continued to reign on Frobos as every beater in the Oasis scrambled to reach the planet and join the fray. The Sixers had dispersed their grand army across the globe in a bold attempt to blockade all 512 copies of the Zork playing field. But their forces, as vast and well-equipped as they were spread far too thin this time. Only 7 more of their avatars managed to obtain the Jade Key that day, and when the beater clans began their coordinated attack on Sixers' forces, the Boobs in Blue began to suffer heavy casualties and were forced to pull back. Within a matter of hours, the Sixer High Command decided to deploy a new strategy. It had quickly become obvious that they wouldn't be able to maintain 500 different blockades or fend off the massive influx of beaters, so they regrouped all their forces around 10 adjacent instances of the Zork playing field near the planet's south pole. They installed powerful force shields over each of them and stationed armored battalions outside the shield's walls. This scale-down strategy worked, and the Sixers' forces provide sufficient to hold those 10 locations and prevent any other beater from getting inside. And there wasn't much reason for other beaters to try, since over 500 other instances of Zork now stood wide open and unprotected. Now that the Sixers could operate undisturbed, they basically formed 10 lines of avatars outside each White House and began to run them through the process of obtaining the J key one after another. Everyone could plainly see what they were doing because the digits beside each IOI employee number on the scoreboard began to increase by 15,000. At the same time, hundreds of beater scores were increasing as well. Now that the location of the Jade Key was public knowledge, deciphering the quatrain and figuring out how to obtain the key was relatively easy. It was there for the taking to anyone who had already cleared the first gate. As the Battle of Frobos drew to a close, the rankings on the scoreboard stood like this. Bunch of numbers. Even though Shoto had matched Sorrento's score of 122,000 points, Sorrento had achieved that score first, which must be the reason he'd remained in the higher slot. The relatively small point bonus Arthremis, H, Shoto, and I had received for being the first to reach the copper and jade keys were what kept our names in the hallowed high 5 slots. Sorrento had now earned one of those bonuses as well. Seeing his IOI employee number above Shoto's name made me cringe. Scrolling down, I saw that the scoreboard was now over 5,000 names long, with more being added every hour as new avatars finally managed to defeat Asarak at Joust and collect their own instance of the Copper Key. No one on the message board seemed to know what had happened to Dido, but the common assumption was that he'd been killed by the Sixers during the first few minutes of the Battle of Frobos. Rumors about exactly how he died were running rampant, but no one had actually been witness to his demise, except maybe Shoto, and he'd vanished. I sent him a few chat requests, but got no reply. Like me, I assumed he was focusing all of his energy on finding the second gate before the Sixers did. I sat in my stronghold, staring at the Jade Key, reciting the words etched into its spine over and over like a maddening mantra. Continue your quest by taking the test. Continue your quest by taking the test. Continue your quest by taking the test. Yes, but what test? It's Ready Player One, the really shitty video game movie. What test was I supposed to take? The Kobayashi Maru? The Pepsi challenge? Could the clue have been any more vague? I reached under my visor and rubbed my eyes in frustration. I decided I needed to take a break and get some sleep. I pulled up my avatar's inventory and placed the Jade Key back inside. As I did, I noticed a silver foil wrapper in the inventory slot beside it. The wrapper that had covered the Jade Key when it first appeared in my hand. I knew the secret to deciphering the riddle must involve the wrapper in some way, but I still couldn't sort out how. I wondered if it might be a reference to Willy Wonka and the chocolate... Hey, fuck you, that's not the right reference. It's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. What the... That's scammed. But then decided against it. There hadn't been any golden ticket inside the wrapper. It must have had some other purpose or meaning. I stared at the wrapper, pondered this until I could no longer keep my eyes open. Then I logged out and went to sleep. A few hours later, at 6:12 a.m. OST, I was jolted awake by the gut-wrenching sound of my scoreboard alarm, alerting me that one of the top rankings had changed again. Filled with a growing sense of dread, I logged in and pulled up the scoreboard, unsure of what to expect. Maybe Arthremis had finally cleared Gate 2, or perhaps H or Shoto had achieved that honor. But all their scores remain unchanged. To my horror, I saw that it was Sorrento's score that had increased by 200,000 points. And the two gate icons now appeared beside it. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory is the movie, I believe. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is the actual book. Sorrento had just become the first person to find and clear the second gate. As a result, his avatar now stood in first place at the top of the scoreboard. I sat there frozen, staring at Sorrento's employee number, silently weighing the repercussions of what had just happened. Upon exiting the gate, Sorrento would have been given a clue as to the location of the crystal key, the key that would open the third and final gate. So now the Sixers were the only ones who possessed that clue, which meant they were now closer to finding Halliday's Easter egg than anyone had ever been. I suddenly felt ill, and I was also having a difficult time breathing. I realized I must be having some sort of panic attack, a total and complete freak out, a massive mental meltdown, whatever you want to call it. I went a little nuts. I tried calling H, but he didn't pick up. Either he was still pissed off at me, or he had other, more pressing matters to attend to. I was about to call Shoto, but then I remembered his brother's avatar had just been killed. He probably was in a very receptive mood. I considered flying to Benatar to try to get Arthremis to talk to me, but then I came to my senses. She'd had the Jade Key in her possession for several days, and she still hadn't been able to clear the second gate. Learning that the Sixers had done it in less than 24 hours had probably driven her into a psychotic rage, or maybe a catatonic stupor. She probably didn't feel like talking to anyone right now, least of all me. I tried calling her anyway. As usual, she didn't answer. I was so desperate to hear a familiar voice that I resorted to talking to Max. In my current state, even his glib, computer-generated voice was somehow comforting. Of course, it didn't take long for Max to run out of pre-programmed replies. And when he started to repeat himself, the illusion that I was talking to another person was shattered, and I felt even more alone. You know, you've totally screwed up your life and your whole world turns to shit, and the only person you have to talk to is your system agent software. I couldn't go back to sleep, so I stayed up watching the news feeds and scanning the beater message boards. The Sixer Armada remained on Frobos, and their avatars were still farming copies of the Jade Key. Sorrento had obviously learned from his previous mistake. Now that Sixers alone knew the location of the second gate, they weren't going to be stupid enough to reveal its location to the world by trying to barricade it with their Armada, but they were still taking full advantage of the situation. As the day progressed, the Sixers continued to walk additional avatars through the second gate. After Sorrento made it through, another 10 Sixers cleared it during the following 24 hours. As each Sixer score increased by 200,000 points, Arthremis, H, Shoto, and I were all pushed farther and farther down the scoreboard until we'd been knocked out of the top 10 entirely, and the scoreboard's main page displayed nothing but IOI employee numbers. The Sixers now ruled the roost. Then, when I was sure things couldn't possibly get any worse, they did. They got much, much worse. 2 days after he cleared the second gate, Sorrento's score jumped another 30,000 points, indicating that he had just acquired the crystal key. I sat there in my stronghold staring at the monitors, watching all of this unfold in stunned horror. There was no denying it. The end of the contest was at hand, and it wasn't going to end like I'd always thought it would, with some noble, worthy beater finding the egg and winning the prize. I've been kidding myself for the past 5.5 years. We all had. This story wasn't going to have a happy ending. The bad guys were going to win. I spent the next 24 hours in a frantic funk, obsessively checking the scoreboard every 5 seconds, expecting the end to come at any moment. Sorrento, or one of his many Halliday experts, had obviously been able to decipher the riddle and locate the second gate, but even though the proof was right there on the scoreboard, I still had a hard time believing it. Up until now, the Sixers had only made progress by tracking Arthremis, H, or me. How had those same clueless asshats found the second gate on their own? Maybe they just gotten lucky, or perhaps they discovered some new and innovative way to cheat. How else could they have solved the riddle so quickly when Arthremis hadn't been able to do it with several days' head start? My brain felt like hammered Play-Doh. I couldn't make any sense of the clue printed on the Jade Key. I was completely out of ideas, even lame ones. I didn't know what to do or where to look next. As the night went on, the Sixers continued to acquire copies of the Crystal Key. Each time one of their scores increased, it was like a knife in my heart. But I couldn't make myself stop checking the scoreboard. I was utterly transfixed. I felt myself inching toward complete hopelessness. My efforts over the past 5 years had been for nothing. I foolishly underestimated Sorrento and the Sixers, and I was about to pay the ultimate price for my hubris. Those soulless corpo lackeys were closing in on the egg at this very moment. I could sense it with every fiber of my being. I'd already lost Arthremis, and now I was going to lose the contest too. I'd already decided what I was going to do when it happened. First, I would choose one of the kids on my official fan club, someone with no money and a first level newbie avatar, and give her every item I own. Then I would activate the self destruct sequence on my stronghold and sit in my command center while the whole place went up in a massive thermonuclear explosion. My avatar would die and game over would appear in the center of my display. Then I would rip off my visor and leave my apartment for the first time in 6 months. I would ride the elevator up to the roof, or maybe I would even take the stairs, get a little exercise. There was an arboretum on the roof of my apartment building. I had never visited, but I'd seen photos and admired the view via webcam. A transparent plexiglass barrier had been installed around the ledge to keep people from jumping, but it was a joke. At least 3 determined individuals had managed to climb over it since I'd moved in. I would sit there, breathe the unfiltered city air for a while, feeling the wind on my skin. Then I would scale the barrier and hurl myself over the side. This was my current plan. I was trying to decide what tune I should whistle as I plummeted to my death. My phone rang. It was Shoto. I wasn't in the mood to talk, so I let his call roll to VidMail, then watched as Shoto recorded his message. It was brief. He said he needed to come to my stronghold to give me something Daido had left to me in his will. When I returned his call to arrange a meeting, I could tell Shoto was an emotional wreck. His quiet voice was filled with pain, and the depth of his despair was apparent on the features of his avatar's face. He seemed utterly despondent, in an even worse shape than I was. I asked Shoto why his brother had bothered to make out a will for his avatar instead of just leaving his possessions in Shoto's care. Then Daido could simply create a new avatar and reclaim the items his brother was holding for him. But Shoto told me that his brother would not be creating a new avatar. Not now or ever. When I asked why, he promised to explain when he saw me in person. Max alerted me when Shoto arrived an hour or so later. I granted his ship clearance to enter Falco's airspace and told him to park in my hangar. Shoto's vessel was a large interplanetary trawler named the Kurosawa, modeled after a ship called the Bebop in the classic anime series Cowboy Bebop.
It's just like my Japanese anime.
Daido and Shoto had used it as their mobile base of operations for as long as I'd known them. The ship was so big that it barely fit through my hangar doors. I was standing on the runway to greet Shoto as he emerged from the Kurosawa. He was dressed in black mourning robes, and his face bore the same inconsolable expression I'd seen when we spoke on the phone. Parzival-san, he said, bowing low. Shoto-san. I returned the bow respectfully, then stretched out my palm, a gesture he recognized from the time we'd spent questing together. Grinning, he reached out and slipped me some skin. The Chinese accent.
Yeah, what happens,
Look,
they're not
look.
talking like they did yesterday.
Look. Grief changes a man.
Grief turned him American?
Grief turned an American. Grinning, he reached out and slipped me some skin, but then his dark expression immediately resurfaced. This was the first time I'd seen Shoto since the quest we shared on Tokusatsu, not counting those Daisho energy drink commercials he and his brother appeared in, and his avatar seemed to be a few inches taller than I remembered him. I led him up to one of my strongholds' rarely used sitting rooms, a recreation of the living room set from Family Ties. Shoto recognized the decor and nodded his silent approval. Then, ignoring the furniture, he seated himself in the center of the floor. He sat Seiza style, folding his legs under his thighs. I did the same, positioning myself so that our avatars faced each other. We sat in silence for a while. When Shoto was finally ready to speak, he kept his eyes on the floor. The Sixers killed my brother last night, he said, almost whispering. At first, I was too stunned to reply. You mean they killed Savitar? I asked, even though I could already tell that wasn't what he meant. Shoto shook his head. No, they broke into his apartment, tore him out of his haptic chair, and threw him off his balcony. He lived on the 43rd floor. Shoto opened a browser window in the air beside us. It displayed a Japanese newsfeed article. I tapped it with my index finger, and the Mandarak software translated the text to English. The headline was another otaku suicide. The brief article below said that a young man, Toshiro Yoshiaki, aged 22, had jumped to his death from his apartment located on the 43rd floor of a converted hotel in Shinjuku, Tokyo, where he lived alone. I saw a school photo of Toshiro beside the article. He was a young Japanese man with long, unkempt hair and bad skin. He didn't look anything like his Oasis avatar. When Shoto saw I'd finished reading, he closed the window. I hesitated a moment before asking, "Are you sure he didn't really commit suicide because his avatar had been killed?" "No," Shoto said. "Daido did not commit seppuku. I'm sure of it." The Sixers broke into his apartment. Oh, he's not done talking. The Sixer broke into his apartment while we were engaged in combat with them on Frobos. That's how they were able to defeat his avatar, by curing him in the real world. Yeah, let that sink in for a moment. A Japanese friend, your Japanese friend just told your other friend, told you that his Jap bro was like, he didn't commit suicide. He didn't commit seppuku. It's not that he didn't commit suicide. He didn't commit ritualistic suicide. uh, I'm glad. I'm glad that Ernest Klein understands that the two are synonymous with one another. I'm glad he understands they're synonymous with one another. I'm sorry, Shoto. I didn't know what else to say. I knew he was telling the truth. My real name is Akihide, he said. I want you to know my true name. I smiled, then bowed, briefly pressing my forehead to the floor. I appreciate your trusting with me with your true name, I said. My true name is Wade. I could no longer see the point in keeping secrets. Thank you, Wade, Shoto said, returning the bow. You're welcome, Akihide. He was silent for a moment. Then he cleared his throat and began to talk about Daido. The words poured out of him. It was obvious he needed to talk to someone about what had happened, about what he lost. Daido's real name was Toshiro Yoshiaki. I didn't even know that until last night, until I saw the news article. But I thought you were his brother. I'd always assumed that Daido and Shoto lived together, that they shared an apartment or something. My relationship with Daido is difficult to explain. He stopped to clear his throat. We were not brothers. Not in real life. Just in the Oasis. Do you understand? We only knew each other online. I never actually meet him. He slowly raised his eyes to meet my gaze, to see if I was judging him. I reached out and rested a hand on his shoulder. Believe me, Shoto, I understand. H and Arthremus are my two best friends, and I've never met either of them in real life either. In fact, you are one of my closest friends too. He bowed his head. Thank you. I could tell by his voice that he was crying now. We're beaters, I said, trying to fill the awkward silence. We live out here in the Oasis. For us, this is the only reality that has any meaning. Akihide nodded. A few minutes later, he continued to talk. He told me how he and Toshiro had met 6 years ago when they both enrolled in an Oasis support group for hikikomori, young people who had withdrawn from society and chosen to live in total isolation. Hikikomori locked themselves in a room, read manga, and cruised the Oasis all day, relying on their families to bring them food. There had been hikikomori in Japan since before the turn of the century, but their number had skyrocketed after the hunt for Halliday's Easter egg began. Millions of young men and women all over the country had locked themselves away from the world. They sometimes called these children the missing millions. Akihide and Toshiro became best friends and spent almost every day hanging out together in the oasis. When the hunt for Halliday's Easter egg began, they'd immediately decided to join forces and search for it together. They made a perfect team because Toshiro was a prodigy at video games, while the much younger Akihide was well versed in American pop culture. Akihide's grandmother had attended school in the United States, and both of his parents had been born there, so Akihide had been raised on American movies and televisions, and he'd grown up learning to speak English and Japanese equally well. Okay, wait, so I'm not supposed to give him a funny accent, huh? He's a
Yeah,
Westerner.
that's pretty ignorant of you.
That's fine. It's fine. They're all the same. They're all the same people. No, they're all the same kinds of people. It's fine. Akihide. Akihide and Toshiro's mutual love of samurai movies served as the inspiration for their avatar's name and appearance. Shoto and Daido had grown so close that they were now like brothers. So when they decided to create their new beater identities, they decided that in the Oasis, they were brothers from that moment on. After Shoto and Daido cleared the first gate and became famous, they gave several interviews with the media. They kept their identities a secret, but they did reveal that they were both Japanese, which made them instant celebrities in Japan. They began to endorse Japanese products and had a cartoon and a live-action TV series based on their exploits. At the height of their fame, Shoto had suggested to Daido that perhaps it was time for them to meet in person. Daido had flown into a rage and stopped speaking to Shoto for several days. After that, Shoto had never suggested it again. Eventually, Shoto worked his way up to telling me how Daido's avatar had died. The two of them had been aboard the Kurosawa, cruising between planets in Sector 7, when the scoreboard informed them that H had obtained the Jade Key. When that happened, they knew the Sixers would use Vendora's tablet of finding to pinpoint H's exact location, and that their ships would soon be converging on it. In preparation for this, Daido and Shoto had spent the past few weeks planting microscopic tracking devices on the hulls of every Sixer gunship they could find. Using these devices, they were able to follow the gunships when they all abruptly changed course and headed for Frobos. As soon as Shoto and Daido learned that Frobos was the Sixers' destination, they easily deciphered the meaning of the quatrain. And by the time they reached Frobos, just a few minutes later, they'd already figured out what they needed to do to obtain the Jade Key. They landed the Kurosawa next to an instance of the White House that was still deserted. Shoto ran inside to collect the 19 treasures and get the key, while Daido remained outside to stand guard. Shoto worked quickly, and he only had 2 treasures left to collect when Daido informed him by comlink that 10 Sixer gunships were closing in on their location. He told his brother to hurry and promised to hold off the enemy until Shoto had the Jade Key. Neither of them knew if they'd had another chance to reach it. As Shoto scrambled to get the last 2 treasures and place them in the trophy case, he remotely activated one of the Kurosawa's external cameras and used it to record a short video of Daido's confrontation with the approaching Sixers. Shoto opened a window and played this video clip for me, but he averted his eyes until it was over. He obviously had no desire to watch it again. On the vid feed, I saw Daido standing alone in the field beside the White House. A small fleet of Sixer gunships was descending out of the sky, and they began to fire their laser cannons as soon as they were within range. A hailstorm of fiery red bolts began to rain down all around Daido. Behind him, in the distance, I could see more Sixer gunships setting down, and each one was offloading squadrons of power-armored ground troops. Daido was surrounded. The Sixers had obviously spotted the Kurosawa during its descent to the planet's surface, and they'd made killing the 2 samurai a priority. Daido didn't hesitate to use the ace up his sleeve. He pulled out the beta capsule and held it aloft in his right hand and activated it. His avatar instantly changed into Ultraman, a glowing-eyed red and silver alien superhero. As his avatar transformed, he also grew to a height of 156 feet. The Sixer ground forces closing in on them froze up in their tracks, staring in frightened awe as Ultraman Daido snatched 2 gunships out of the sky and smashed them together Like a giant child playing with two tiny metal toys, he dropped the flaming wreckage to the ground and began to swat other gunships out of the sky like bothersome flies. The ships that escaped his deadly grasp banked around and sprayed him with the laser bolts and machine gun fire, but both deflected harmlessly off his armored alien skin. Dido let out a booming laugh that echoed across the landscape. Then he made a cross with his arms, intersecting at the wrists. A glowing energy beam blasted forth from his hands, vaporizing half a dozen gunships unlucky enough to fly through its path. Dido turned and swept the beam over the Sixer ground forces around him, frying them like terrified ants under a magnifying glass. Dido appeared to be enjoying himself immensely, so much that he paid little attention to the warning light embedded in the center of his chest, which had now begun to flash bright red. This was a signal that his 3 minutes as Ultraman had nearly elapsed and that his power was almost depleted. This time that was Ultraman's primary weakness. If Dido failed to deactivate the beta capsule and return to his human form before his 3 minutes were up, his avatar would die. But it was obvious that if he changed back into his human form right now, in the middle of the massive Sixer onslaught, he'd be killed instantly too. And Shoto would never be able to reach the ship. I could see the Sixer troops around Dido screaming into their comms for backup, and additional Sixer gunships were still arriving in droves. Dido was blasting them out of the sky one at a time with perfectly aimed bursts of his specium ray. With each blast he fired, the warning light on his chest pulsed faster. Then Shoto emerged from the White House and told his brother via comlink he'd acquired the Jade Key. In that same instant, the Sixer ground forces spotted Shoto, and sensing a much easier target, they began to redirect their fire at his avatar. Shoto made a mad dash for the Kurosawa. When he activated the boots of speed he was wearing, his avatar became barely visible blur racing across the open field. As Shoto ran, Dido repositioned his giant form to provide him with as much cover as possible. Still firing energy blasts, he was able to keep the Sixers at bay. Then, Dido's voice broke in on the comic. "Shoto," he shouted, "I think someone here! Someone is inside!" His voice cut off. At the same moment, his avatar froze as if he'd been turned to stone, and a logout icon appeared directly over his head. Logging out of your Oasis account while you're engaged in combat was the same thing as committing suicide. During the logout sequence, your avatar froze in place for 60 seconds, during which time you were totally defenseless and susceptible to attack. The logout sequence was designed that way to prevent avatars from using it as an easy way to escape a fight. You had to stand your ground or retreat to a safe location before you could log out. Dido's logout sequence had been engaged at the worst possible moment. As soon as his avatar froze, he began to take heavy laser and gunfire from all directions. The red warning light on his chest began to flash faster and faster until it finally went solid red. When that happened, Dido's giant form fell over and collapsed. As he fell, he barely missed crushing Shoto and the Kurosawa. As he hit the ground, his avatar's body transformed and shrank back to its normal size and appearance. Then, it began to disappear altogether, slowly fading out of existence. When Dido's avatar vanished completely, it left behind a small pile of spinning items on the ground, everything he'd been carrying in his inventory, including the beta capsule. He was dead. I saw another blur of motion on the vid feed as Shoto ran back to collect Dido's items. Then he looped around and ran back aboard the Kurosawa. The ship lifted off and blasted into orbit, taking heavy fire the entire way. I was reminded of my own desperate escape from Phobos. Luckily for Shoto, his brother had wiped out most of the Sixer gunships in the vicinity, and reinforcement had yet to arrive. Shoto was able to reach orbit and escape by making the jump to light speed, but just barely. The video ended, and Shoto closed the window. "How do you think the Sixers found out where you lived?" I asked. I don't know," Shoto said. "Dido was careful. He covered his tracks. If they found him, they might be able to find you too," I said. "I know. I've taken precaution." "Good." Shoto removed the beta capsule from his inventory and held it out to me. "Dido would have wanted you to have this." I held up a hand. "No, I think you should keep it. You might need it." Shoto shook his head. "I have all of his other item," he said. "I don't need this." And I don't want it. He held the capsule out to me, insistent. I took the artifact and examined it. It was a small metal cylinder, silver and black in color, with a red activation button on its side. Its size and shape reminded me of the lightsabers I owned, but lightsabers were a dime a dozen. I had over 50 in my collection. There was only one beta capsule, and it was a far more powerful weapon. I raised the capsule with both hands and bowed. Thank you, Shoto-san. Thank you, Parzival, he said, returning the bow. Thank you for listening. He stood up slowly. Everything about his body language seemed to signal defeat. You haven't given up yet, have you? I asked. Of course not. He straightened his body and gave me a dark smile. But finding the egg is no longer my goal. Now I have new quest, a far more important one, and that is revenge. I nodded. Then I walked over and took one of the samurai swords mounted on the wall and presented it to Shoto. Please, I said, accept this gift to aid you in your new quest. Shoto took the sword and drew its ornate blade a few inches from the scabbard. A Masamune? He asked, staring at the blade in wonder. I nodded. Yes, and it's a +5 Vorpal blade, too. Shoto bowed again to show his gratitude. Arigato. I rode the elevator back down to my hangar in silence. Just before he boarded his ship, Shoto turned to me. How long do you think it would take the Sixer to clear the third gate? He asked. I don't know, I said. Hopefully long enough for us to catch up with them. It's not over until the frat lady is singing, right? I nodded. It's not over until it's over. And it's not over yet. Lou, were you gifted a samurai sword to aid you in your quest for revenge at 1.2? Is that
Yeah,
is that
Masters on it.
so this is how Japanese people do things. Whoa. Whoa. Yoko, you can't see. What the fuck? Ah, okay. I figured it out later that night, a few hours after Shoto left my stronghold. I was sitting in my command center, holding the J key and endlessly reciting the clue printed on its surface. Continue your quest by taking the test. In my other hand, I held the silver foil wrapper. My eyes darted from the key to the wrapper and back to the key again as I tried desperately to make the connection between them. I'd been doing this for hours, and it wasn't getting me anywhere. I sighed and put the key away, then laid the wrapper flat on the control panel in front of me. I carefully smoothed out all of its folds and wrinkles. The wrapper was square in shape, 6 inches long on each edge, silver foil on one side, dull white paper on the other. I pulled up some image analysis software and made a high-resolution scan of both sides of the wrapper. Then I magnified both images on my display and studied every micrometer. I couldn't find any markings or writing anywhere on either side of the wrapper's surface. I was eating some corn chips at the time, so I was using voice commands to operate the image analysis software. I instructed it to demagnify the scan of the wrapper and center the image on my display. As I did this, it reminded me of a scene in Blade Runner where Harrison Ford's character Deckard uses a similar voice-controlled scanner to analyze a photograph. I held up the wrapper and took another look at it. As the virtual light reflected off its foil surface, I thought about folding the wrapper into a paper airplane and sailing across the room. That made me think of origami, which reminded me of another moment for Blade Runner, one of the final scenes in the film, and that was when it hit me. The unicorn, I whispered. The moment I said the word unicorn aloud, the wrapper began to fold on its own. There, in the palm of my hand, the square piece of foil bent itself in half diagonally, creating a silver triangle. It continued to bend and fold itself into smaller triangles and even smaller diamond shapes until at last it formed a four-legged figure that then sprouted a tail, a head, and finally a horn. The wrapper had folded itself into a silver origami unicorn, one of the most iconic images from Blade Runner. I was already riding the elevator down to my hangar and shouting at Max to prep the Vonnegut for takeoff. Continue their quest by taking the test. Now I knew exactly what test that line referred to and where I needed to go to take it. The origami unicorn had revealed everything to me. Blade Runner was referenced in the text of Anorak's Almanac no less than 14 times. It had been one of Halliday's top 10 all-time favorite films, and the film was based on a novel by Philip K. Dick, one of Halliday's favorite authors. For these reasons, I'd seen Blade Runner over 4 dozen times and memorized every frame of the film and every line of dialogue. As the Vonnegut streaked through hyperspace, I pulled the director's cut of Blade Runner up in a window on my display, then jumped ahead to review 2 scenes in particular. The movie, released in 1982, is set in Los Angeles in the year 2019 in a sprawling, hyper-technological future that had never come to pass. The story follows a guy named Rick Deckard, played by Harrison Ford. Deckard works as a Blade Runner, a special type of cop who hunts down and kills replicants, genetically engineered beings that are almost indistinguishable from real humans. In fact, replicants look and act so much like real humans that the only way a Blade Runner can spot one is by using a polygraph-like device called a Voight-Kampff machine to test them. Continue your quest by taking the test. Voight-Kampff machines appear in only 2 scenes in the movie. Both of these take place inside the Tyrell building, an enormous double pyramid structure that houses the Tyrell Corporation, the company that manufactures the replicants. Recreations of the Tyrell building were among the most common structures in the Oasis. Copies of it existed on hundreds of different planets spread throughout all 27 sectors. This was because the code for the building was included as a free built-in template in the Oasis World Builder construction software, along with hundreds of other structures borrowed from various science fiction films and television series. So for the past 25 years, whenever someone used a World Builder software to create a new planet inside the Oasis, they could just select the Tyrell building from a drop-down menu and insert a copy of it into their simulation to help fill out the skyline of whatever futuristic city or landscape they were coding. As a result, some worlds had over 12 copies of the Tyrell building scattered across their surfaces. I was currently hauling ass at light speed to the closest such world, a cyberpunk-themed planet in Sector 22 called Axranox. If my suspicion was correct, every copy of the Tyrell building in Axranox contained a hidden entrance into the second gate through the Voight-Kampff machines located inside. I wasn't worried about running into the Sixers because there was no way they could have barricaded the second gate, not with thousands of copies of the Tyrell building on hundreds of different worlds. Once I reached Axranox, finding a copy of the Tyrell building took only a few minutes. It was pretty hard to miss. A massive pyramid-shaped structure covering several square kilometers at its base. It towered above most of the structures adjacent to it. I zeroed in on the first instance of the building I saw and headed straight for it. My ship's cloaking device was already engaged, and I left it activated when I set the Vonnegut down on one of the Tyrell building's landing pads. Then I locked the ship and activated all of its security systems, hoping they'd be enough to keep it from getting stolen until I returned. Magic didn't function here. So I couldn't just shrink the ship and put it in my pocket, and leaving your vessel parked out in the open on a cyberpunk-themed world like Axranox was like asking for it to get ripped off. The Vonnegut would be a target for the first leather-clad booster gang that spotted it. I pulled up a map of the Tyrell building template's layout and used it to locate a roof access elevator a short distance from the platform where I landed. When I reached the elevator, I punched in the default security code on the code pad and crossed my fingers. I got lucky. The elevator's doors hissed open. Whoever had created this section of the Axranox cityscape hadn't bothered to reset the security codes in the template. I took this as a good sign. It meant that they'd probably left everything else in the template at the default settings too. As I rode the elevator down to the 404th floor, I powered on my armor and drew my guns. 5 security checkpoints stood between the elevator and the room I needed to reach. Unless the template had been altered, 50 NPC Tyrell security guard replicants would be standing between me and my destination. The shooting started as soon as the elevator doors slid open. I had to kill 7 Skinjaws before I could even make it out of the elevator car and into the hallway. The next 10 minutes played out like the climax of a John Woo movie. One of the ones starring Chow Yun Fat, like Hard Boiled, or The Killer. I switched both my guns to auto fire and held down the triggers as I moved from one room to the next, mowing down every NPC in my path. The guards returned fire, but their bullets pinged harmlessly off my armor. I never ran out of ammo because each time I fired a round, a new round was teleported from the bottom of my clip. My bullet bill this month was going to be huge. When I finally reached my destination, I punched in another code and locked the door behind me. I knew I didn't have much time. Klaxons were blaring throughout the building, and the thousands of NPC guards stationed on the floors below were probably already on their way up here to find me. My footsteps echoed as I entered the room. It was deserted except for a large owl sitting on a golden perch. It blinked at me silently as I crossed the enormous cathedral like room, which was a perfect recreation of the office of the Tyrell Corporation's founder, Eldon Tyrell. Every detail from the film had been duplicated exactly. Polished stone floors, giant marble pillars. The entire west wall was a massive floor-to-ceiling window offering a breathtaking view of the vast cityscape outside. A long conference table stood beside the window. Sitting on top of it was a Voight conf machine. It was about the size of a briefcase with a row of unlabeled buttons on the front next to 3 small data monitors. When I walked up and sat down in front of the machine, it turned itself on. A thin robotic arm extended a circular device that looked like a retinal scanner, which locked into place directly level with the pupil of my right eye. A small bellows was built into the side of the machine, and it began to rise and fall, giving the impression that the device was breathing. I glanced around, wondering if an NPC of Harrison Ford would appear to ask me the same questions he asked Sean Young in the movie. I'd memorized all of her answers just in case, but I waited a few seconds and nothing happened. The machine's bellows continued to rise and fall. In the distance, the security klaxons continued to wail. I took out the J key. The instant I did, a panel slid open in the surface of the Voight conf machine, revealing a keyhole. I quickly inserted the J key and turned it. The machine and the key both vanished, and in their place, the second gate appeared. It was a door-like portal resting on top of the polished conference table. Its edges glowed with the same milky jade color as the key, and just like the first gate, it appeared to lead into a vast field of stars. I found myself standing just inside the entrance of a seedy-looking bowling alley with disco-era decor. The carpet was a garish pattern of green and brown swirls, and molded plastic chairs were a faded orange color. The bowling lanes were all empty and unlit. The place was deserted. There weren't even any NPCs behind the front counter or the snack bar. I wasn't sure where I was supposed to be until I saw Middletown Lanes printed in huge letters on the wall above the bowling lanes. At first, the only sound I heard was the low hum of the fluorescent lights overhead, but then I noticed a series of faint electronic chirps emanating from off to my left. I glanced in that direction and saw a darkened alcove just beyond the snack bar. Over this cave-like entrance was a sign. 8 bright red neon letters spelled out the words, "Game Room." There was a violent rush of wind, and the roar of what sounded like a hurricane tearing through the bowling alley. My feet began to slide across the carpet, and I realized that my avatar was being pulled toward the game room, as if a black hole had opened up somewhere in there. As a vacuum yanked me through the game room entrance, I spotted a dozen video games inside, all from the mid to late 80s. Crime Fighters, Heavy Barrel, Vigilante, Smash TV. But I could now see that my avatar was being drawn toward one game in particular, a game that stood alone at the very back of the game room. Black Tiger, Capcom 1987. A swirling vortex had opened in the center of the game's monitor, and it was sucking in bits of trash, paper cups, bowling shoes, everything that wasn't nailed down, including me. As my avatar neared it, I reflexively reached out and grabbed the joystick of a time pilot machine. My feet were instantly lifted off the floor as the vortex continued to pull my avatar inexorably toward it. At this point, I was actually grinning in anticipation. I was all prepared to pat myself on the back because I'd mastered Black Tiger long ago during the first year of the hunt. In the years prior to his death, when Halliday had been living in seclusion, the only thing he posted on his website was a brief looping animation. It showed his avatar Anorak sitting in his castle's library, mixing potions, poring over dusty spellbooks. This animation had run on a continuous loop for over a decade until it was finally replaced by the scoreboard on the morning Halliday died. In that animation, hanging on the wall behind Anorak, you could see a large painting of a black dragon. Beaters had filled countless message board threads arguing about the meaning of the painting, about what the black dragon signified, or whether it signified anything at all, but I'd been sure of its meaning from the start. In one of the earliest journal entries in Anorak's almanac, Halliday wrote that whenever his parents started screaming at each other, he would sneak out of the house and ride his bike to the local bowling alley to play Black Tiger, because it was a game he could beat on just one quarter. AA 23-234. For one quarter, Black Tiger lets me escape from my rotten existence for 3 glorious hours. Pretty good deal. Black Tiger had first been released in Japan under its original title, Buraku Dragon, Black Dragon. The game had been renamed for its American release. I deduced that the black dragon painting on the wall of Anorak's study had been a subtle hint that Buraku Dragon would play a key role in the hunt. So I'd study the game until, like Halliday, I could reach the end on just 1 credit. After that, I continued to play it every few months just to keep from getting rusty. Now, it looked as if my foresight and diligence were about to pay off. I was only able to hold on to the Time Pilot joystick for a few seconds. Then, I lost my grip and my avatar was sucked directly into the Black Tiger game's monitor. Everything went black for a moment. Then, I found myself in surreal surroundings. I was now standing inside a narrow dungeon corridor. On my left was a high gray cobblestone wall with a mammoth dragon skull mounted on it. The wall stretched up and up, vanishing into the shadows above. I couldn't make out any ceiling. The dungeon floor was composed of floating circular platforms arranged end to end in a long line that stretched out into the darkness ahead. To my right, beyond the platform's edge, there was nothing, just an endless, empty, black void. I turned around, but there was no exit behind me. Just another high cobblestone wall stretching up to the infinite blackness overhead. I looked down at my avatar's body. I now looked exactly like the hero of Black Tiger, a muscular, half-naked or barbarian warrior dressed in an armored thong and a horned helmet. My right arm disappeared in a strange metal gauntlet from which hung a long retractable chain with a spiked metal ball on the end. My right hand deftly held 3 throwing daggers. When I hurled them off in the black void on my right, 3 more identical daggers instantly appeared in my hand. When I tried jumping, I discovered that I could leap 30 feet straight up and land on my back on my feet with cat-like grace. Now I understood. I was about to play Black Tiger, alright, but not the 50-year-old 2D side-scrolling platform game that I had mastered. Hold on a sec. That I mastered. I was now standing inside a new, immersive, 3-dimensional version of the game that Hallett... Wait, what? I was now standing inside a new immersive 3-dimensional version of the game that Halliday had created? My knowledge of the original game's mechanics, levels, and enemies would definitely come in handy, but the gameplay was going to be completely different, and it would require an entirely different set of skills. The first gate had placed me inside one of Halliday's favorite movies, and now the second gate had put me inside one of his favorite video games. While I was pondering the implication of this pattern, a message began to flash on my display. Go! I looked around. An arrow etched into the stone wall on my left pointed the way forward. I stretched my arms and legs, cracked my knuckles, and took a deep breath. Then, readying my weapons, I ran forward, leaping from platform to platform to confront the first of my adversaries. Had an actual typo there saying Halliday created Black Tiger. Kind of rude. Halliday had faithfully recreated every detail of Black Tiger's 8-level dungeon. I got off to a rough start and lost a life before I even cleared the first boss. Okay, because the arrangement of it made it sound like it was referring to like a 3D version of the original game. Yeah, yeah. Like I could parse like what it intended to mean, but like the logic behind the actual ordering was like didn't make any sense. But then I began to acclimate to playing the game in 3 dimensions and from a first person perspective. Eventually, I found my groove. I pressed onward, leaping from platform to platform, attacking in midair, dodging the relentless onslaught of blobs, skeletons, snakes, mummies, minotaurs, and yes, ninjas. Each enemy I vanquished dropped a pile of Zenny coins that I could later use to purchase armor, weapons, and potions from one of the bearded wise men scattered throughout each level. These wise men apparently thought setting up a small shop in the middle of a monster infested dungeon was a fine idea. There were no timeouts and no way for me to pause the game. Once you entered a gate, you couldn't just stop and log out. The system wouldn't allow it. Even if you removed your visor, you would remain logged in. The only way out of a gate was to go through it or die. I managed to clear all 8 levels of the game in just under 3 hours. The closest I came to death was during my battle with the final boss, the Black Dragon, who, of course, looked exactly like the beast depicted in the painting in Anorak's study. I used up all my extra lives, and my vitality bar was almost at zero, but I managed to keep moving and stay clear of the dragon's fiery breath while I slowly knocked his life meter with a steady barrage of throwing daggers. When I struck the final killing blow, the dragon crumbled into digital dust in front of me. I let a long, exhausted sigh of relief. Then, with no transition whatsoever, I found myself back in the bowling alley game room, standing in front of the Black Tiger game. In front of me on the game's monitor, my armored barbarian was striking a heroic pose. The following text appeared below him. You have returned peace and prosperity to our nation. Thank you, Black Tiger. Congratulations on your strength and wisdom. Then, something strange happened. Something that had never happened when I had beaten the original game. One of the wise men from the dungeon appeared on the screen with a speech balloon that said, Thank you, I am in debt to you. Please accept a giant robot as your reward. A long row of robot icons appeared below the wise man, stretching across the screen horizontally. By moving the joysticks left or right, I found that I was able to scroll through a selection of over 100 different giant robots. When one of these robots was highlighted, a detailed list of its stats and weaponry appeared on the screen beside it. There were several robots I didn't recognize, but most were familiar. I spotted Gigantor, Tranzor Zed, the Iron Giant, Jet Jaguar, the Sphinx-headed giant robot from Johnny Soko and his flying robot, the entire Shogun Warriors toy line, and many of the mechs featured in both the Macross and Gundam anime series. 11 of these icons were grayed out and had a red X over them, and these robots could not be identified or selected. I knew they must be the ones taken by Sorrento and the other Sixers who had cleared this gate before me. Hello, guys? It's supposed to be Robotech? Guys, what's this Macross thing? It's supposed to be Robotech? It seemed possible that I was about to be awarded a real working recreation of whichever robot I selected. So I studied my options carefully, searching for the one I thought would be the most powerful and well armed. But I stopped cold when I saw a Leopardon, the giant transforming robot used by Supaidaman, the incarnation of Spider-Man who appeared on Japanese TV in the late 1970s. I discovered Spider-Man during the course of my research and had become somewhat obsessed with the show. Wait, did you guys not know that it's actually a toku? There's Japanese Spider-Man and it's an actual toku.
Yeah, Japanese Spider-Man kicks ass.
It,
Oh
it's
yeah, no,
pretty sick.
I
It's
watched Japanese
unironically.
Spider-Man, but
It was
why
unironically.
that? Well, I just felt like
No, because otherwise Disney would sue.
Spider-Man.
That's literally why because
Spider-Man.
it's specifically spelled differently because otherwise Disney would just sue.
I can't believe this.
They would just sue Toei's ass. It's pretty funny. So I didn't care if Leopardon was the most powerful robot available. I had to have him regardless. I highlighted the icon and tapped the fire button. A 12-inch tall replica of Leopardon appeared on top of the Black Tiger cabinet. I grabbed it and placed it in my inventory. There were no instructions, and the item description field was blank. I made a mental note to examine it later when I got back to my stronghold. Meanwhile, on the Black Tiger monitor, the end credits had begun to scroll over an image of the game's barbarian hero sitting on a throne with a slender princess at his side. I respectfully read each of the programmers' names. They were all Japanese, except for the very last credit, which read, Oasis Port by J.D. Halliday. When the credits ended, the monitor went dark for a moment. Then, a symbol slowly appeared in the center of the screen, a glowing red circle with a 5-pointed star inside it. The point of the star extended just beyond the edge of the circle. A second later, an image of the crystal key appeared, spinning slowly in the center of the glowing red star. I felt a rush of adrenaline because I recognized the red star symbol and I knew where it was meant to lead me. I snapped several screenshots just to be safe. A moment later, the monitor went dark and the Black Tiger game cabinet melted and morphed into a door-shaped portal with glowing jade edges. The exit. I let out a triumphant cheer and jumped through it. When I emerged from the gate, my avatar reappeared back inside Tyrell's office. The Voight Conf machine had reappeared in its original location, resting on the table beside me. I checked the time. Over 3 hours had passed since I'd first entered the gate. The room was deserted, save for the owl, and the security klaxons were no longer wailing. The NPC guards must have busted in and searched this area while still inside the gate, because they no longer appeared to be looking for me. The coast was clear. I made my way back to the elevator and up to the landing platform without incident, and thanks be to Crom, the Vonnegut was still parked right where I left it, its cloaking device still engaged. I ran on board and left Axronox, jumping to light speed as soon as I reached orbit. As the Vonnegut streaked through hyperspace, headed for the nearest Stargate, I pulled up one of the screenshots I'd taken of the red star symbol. Then, I opened my Grail diary and accessed the subfolder devoted to the legendary Canadian rock band Rush. Rush had been Halliday's favorite band from his teen onwards. He once revealed in an interview that he coded every single one of his video games, including the Oasis, while listening exclusively to Rush albums. He often referred to Rush's 3 members, Neil Peart, Alex Lifeson, and Geddy Lee, as the Holy Trinity, or the Gods of the North. In my Grail diary, I had every single Rush song, album, bootleg, and music video ever made. I had high-res scans of all their liner notes and album artwork, every frame of Rush concert footage in existence, every radio and television interview the band had ever done, and abridged biographies on each band member, along with copies of their side projects and solo work. I pulled up the band's discography and selected the album I was looking for. 2112, Rush's classic sci-fi themed concept album. A high-resolution scan of the album's cover appeared on my display. The band's name and the album's title were printed over a field of stars, and below that, appearing as if reflected in the surface of a rippling lake, was a symbol I'd seen on the Black Tiger's game's monitor. A red 5-pointed star enclosed in a circle. When I placed the album cover side by side with the screenshot of the game screen, the two symbols matched exactly. 2112's title track is an epic 7-part song over 20 minutes in length. The song tells the story of an anonymous rebel living in the year 2112, a year when creativity and self-expression have been outlawed. The red star on the album's cover was a symbol of the Solar Federation, the oppressive interstellar society in the story. The Solar Federation was controlled by a group of priests who are described in part 2 of the song titled The Temples of Syrinx. Its lyrics told me exactly where the crystal key was hidden. Am I supposed to sing? Okay. I don't know the rhythm to this. I'm just gonna read it out. I don't give a shit. We are the priests of the temples of Syrinx. Our great computers filled the hallowed halls. We are the priests of the temples of Syrinx. All the gifts of life are held within our walls. There was a planet in Sector 21 named Syrinx. That was where I was headed now. There was a The Oasis Atlas describes Syrinx as a desolate world with rocky terrain and no NPC inhabitants. When I accessed the planet's colophon, I saw that Syrinx's author was listed as anonymous. But I knew that the planet must have been coded by Halliday, because its design matched the world described in 2112's liner notes. 2112 was originally released in 1976, back when most music was sold on 12-inch vinyl records. The records came in cardboard sleeves with artwork and a track listing printed on them. Some album sleeves opened like a book and included more artwork and liner notes inside, along with lyrics and information about the band. As I pulled up a scan of 2112's original fold-out album sleeve, I saw that there was a second image of the red star symbol on the inside. This one depicted a naked man cowering in front of the star, both his hands raised in fear. On the opposite side of the record sleeve were the printed lyrics to all 7 parts of the 2112 suite. The lyrics for each section were preceded by a paragraph of prose that augmented the narrative laid out in the lyrics. These brief vignettes were told from the point of view of 2112's anonymous protagonist. The following text preceded the lyrics to part 1. I lie awake, staring out at the bleakness of Megadon. City and sky become one, merging into a single plane, a vast sea of unbroken gray. The twin moons just 2 pale orbs as they trace their way across the steely sky. When my ship reached Syrinx, I saw the twin moons Bytor and Snowdog that orbited the planet. Their names were taken from another classic Rush song, and down below, on the planet's bleak gray surface, there were exactly 1,024 copies of Megadon, the domed city described in the liner notes. That was twice the number of Zork instances that had been on Probos, so I knew the Sixers couldn't barricade them all. With my cloaking device engaged, I selected the nearest instance of the city and landed the Vonnegut just inside the wall of its dome, watching my scopes for other ships. Megadon was anchored atop a rocky plateau on the edge of an immense cliff. The city appeared to be in ruins. Its massive, transparent dome was riddled with cracks and looked as though it might collapse at any moment. I was able to enter the city by squeezing through one of the largest of these cracks at the base of the dome. The city of Megadon reminded me of an old 1950s sci-fi paperback cover painting depicting the crumbling ruins of a once great technologically advanced civilization. In the absolute center of the city, I found a towering obelisk-shaped temple with wind-blasted gray walls. A giant red star of the Solar Federation was emblazoned above the entrance. I was standing before the Temple of Syrinx. It wasn't covered by a force field or surrounded by a detachment of Sixers. There wasn't a soul in sight. I drew my guns and walked through the entrance of the temple. Inside, mammoth obelisk-shaped supercomputers stood in long rows, filling the giant cathedral-like temple. I wandered along these rows, listening to the deep hum of the machines until I finally reached the center of the temple. There, I found a raised stone altar with a 5-pointed red star etched into its surface. As I stepped up to the altar, the humming of the computer ceased, and the chamber grew silent. It appeared I was supposed to place something on the altar, an offering to the Temple of Syrinx, but what kind of offering? The 12-inch Leopardon robot I'd acquired after completing the second gate didn't seem to fit. I tried placing it on the altar anyway, and nothing happened. I placed the robot back in my inventory and stood there for a moment, thinking. Then I remembered something else from the 2112 liner notes. I pulled them up and scanned over them again. There was my answer in the text that preceded Part 3, Discovery. Behind my beloved waterfall, in the little room that was hidden beneath the wave, I found it. I brushed away the dust of the years and picked it up, holding it reverently in my hands. I had no idea what it might be, but it was beautiful. I learned to lay my fingers across the wires and to turn the keys to make them sound differently. As I struck the wires with my other hand, I produced my first harmonious sounds, and soon my own music. I found the waterfall near the southern edge of the city, just inside the curved wall of the atmospheric dome. As I found it, I activated my jet boots and flew over the foaming river below the falls, then passed through the waterfall itself. My haptic suit did its best to simulate the sensation of torrents of falling water striking my body, but it felt more like someone was pounding my head, shoulders, and back with a bundle of sticks. Once I'd passed through the falls to the other side, I found the opening of a cave and went inside. The cave narrowed into a long tunnel, which terminated in a small cavernous room. I searched the room and discovered that one of the stalagmites protruding from the floor was slightly worn around the tip. I grabbed a stalagmite and pulled it toward me, but it didn't budge. I tried pushing and it gave, bending as if on some hidden hinge like a lever. I heard a rumble of grinding stone behind me. I turned to see a trapdoor opening in the floor. A hole had also opened in the roof of the cave, casting a brilliant shaft of light down through the open trapdoor into a tiny hidden chamber below. I took an item out of my inventory, a wand that could detect hidden traps, magical or otherwise. I used it to make sure the way was clear, then jumped down through the trap door and landed on the dusty floor of the hidden chamber. It was a tiny cube-shaped room with a large, rough-hewn stone standing against the north wall. Embedded in the stone neck first was an electric guitar. I recognized its design from the 2112 concert footage I'd watched during the trip here. It was a 1974 Gibson Les Paul, the exact guitar used by Alex Lifeson during the 2112 tour. I grinned at the absurd Arturian image of the guitar in the stone. Like every beater, I'd seen John Borman's film Excalibur many times, so it seemed obvious what I should do next. I reached out with my right hand, grasped the neck of the guitar, and pulled. The guitar came free of the stone with a prolonged metallic sting. As I held the guitar over my head, the metallic ringing segued into a guitar power chord that echoed throughout the cave. I stared down at the guitar, about to activate my jet boots again to fly back through the trapdoor and out of the cave. But then an idea occurred to me, and I froze. James Halliday had taken guitar lessons for a few years in high school. That was what had first inspired me to learn to play. I never held an actual guitar, but on a virtual axe, I could totally shred. I searched my inventory and found a guitar pick. Then I opened my Grail diary and pulled the sheet music for 2112, along with a guitar tablature for the song Discovery, which describes the hero's discovery of the guitar in a room hidden behind a waterfall. As I began to play the song, the sound of the guitar blasted off the chamber walls and back out through the cave, despite the absence of any electricity or amplifiers. When I finished playing the first measure of Discovery, a message briefly appeared, carved into the stone from which I pulled the guitar. The first was ringed in red metal, the second in green stone, the third is clear as crystal and cannot be unlocked alone. In seconds, the words began to vanish, fading from the stone along with the strains of last note I played on the guitar. I quickly snapped a screenshot of the riddle, already trying to sort out its meaning. It was about a third gate, of course. And how it could not be unlocked alone. Had the Sixers played the song and discovered this message? I seriously doubted it. They would have pulled the guitar from the stone and immediately returned it to the temple. If so, they probably didn't know there was some sort of trick to unlocking the third gate. And that would explain why they still hadn't reached the egg. I returned to the temple and placed the guitar on the altar. As I did, the towering computers around me began to emit a cacophony of sound, like a grand orchestra tuning up. The noise built up to a deafening crescendo before ceasing abruptly. Then, There was a flash of light on the altar, and the guitar transformed into the crystal key. When I reached out and picked up the key, a chime sounded, and my score on the scoreboard increased by 25,000 points. When added to the 200,000 I received for clearing the second gate, that brought my total score up to 353,000 points. 1,000 points more than Sorrento. I was back in first place. But I knew this was no time to celebrate. I quickly examined the crystal key, tilting it up to study its glittering, faceted surface. I didn't see any words etched there, but I did find a small monogram etched in the center of the key's crystal handle, a single calligraphic letter A that I recognized immediately. The same letter A appeared in the character symbol box on James Halliday's first Dungeons & Dragons character sheet. The very same monogram also appeared on the dark robes of his famous Oasis avatar, Anorak. And I knew that same emblematic letter adorned the front gates of Castle Anorak, his avatar's impregnable stronghold. In the first few years of the hunt, gun beaters had swarmed like hungry insects to any Oasis location that seemed like a possible hiding place for the three keys, specifically planets originally coded by Halliday himself. Chief among these was the planet Chthoniya, a painstaking recreation of the fantasy world Halliday had created for his high school Dungeons & Dragons campaign, and also the setting of many of his early video games. Chthoniya had become the beaters' mecca. Like everyone else, I felt obligated to make a pilgrimage there to visit Castle Anorak. But the castle was impregnable and always had been. No avatar but Anorak himself had ever been able to pass through its entrance. But now I knew there must be a way to enter Castle Anorak, because the third gate was hidden somewhere inside. When I got back to my ship, I blasted off and set a course for Chthoniya in Sector 10. Then I began to scan the news feeds, intending to check out the media frenzy my return to first place was generating. But my score wasn't the top story. No, the big news that afternoon was that the hiding place of Halliday's Easter egg had at long last finally been revealed to the world. It was, the news anchor said, located somewhere on the planet Chthoniya, inside Castle Anorak. They knew this because the entire Sixer army was now encamped around the castle. They'd arrived earlier that day, shortly after I'd cleared the second gate. I knew the timing couldn't be a coincidence. My progress must have prompted the Sixers to end their covert attempts to clear the third gate and make its location public by barricading it before I or anyone else could reach it. When I arrived at Chthoniya a few minutes later, I did a cloaked flyby of the castle, just to gauge the lay of the land for myself. It was even worse than I'd imagined. The Sixers had installed some type of magical shield over Castle Anorak, a semi-transparent dome that completely covered the castle and the area around it. Encamped inside the shield wall was the entire Sixer army. A vast collection of troops, tanks, weapons, and vehicles surrounded the castle on all sides. Several beater clans were already on the scene, and they were making their first attempts to bring down the shield by launching high-yield nukes at it. Each detonation was followed by a brief atomic light show, and then the blast would dissipate harmlessly against the shield. The attacks on the shield continued for a few more hours as the news spread and more beaters arrived on Chthoniya. The clans launched every type of weapon they could think of at the shield, but nothing affected it. Not nukes, not fireballs, not magic missiles. Eventually, a team of beaters tried to dig a hole under the dome wall, and that was when it discovered that the shield was actually a complete sphere surrounding the castle above and below ground. Later that night, several high-level beater wizards finished casting a series of divination spells on the castle and announced on the message boards that the shield around the castle was generated by a powerful artifact called the Orb Osivox, which could only be operated by a wizard who was 99th level. According to the artifact's item description, it could create a spherical shield around itself with a circumference of up to 0.5 kilometer. This shield was impenetrable and indestructible and could vaporize just about anything that touched it. It could also be kept up indefinitely, as long as the wizard operating the orb remained immobile and kept both hands on the artifact. In the days that followed, beaters tried everything they could think of to penetrate the shield. Magic, technology, teleportation, counter spells, other artifacts. Nothing worked. There was no way to get inside. An air of hopelessness quickly swept through the beater community. Solos and clansmen alike were ready to throw in the towel. The Sixers had the crystal key and exclusive access to the third gate. Everyone agreed that the end was near, that the hunt was all over but the crying. During all of these developments, I somehow managed to keep my cool. There was a chance the Sixers hadn't even figured out how to open the third gate yet. Of course, they had plenty of time now. They could be slow and methodical. Sooner or later, they would stumble on the solution. But I refused to give up. Until an avatar reached Halliday's Easter egg, anything was possible. Like any classic video game, the hunt had simply reached a new, more difficult level. A new level often required an entirely new strategy. I began to formulate a plan, a bold, outrageous plan that would require epic amounts of luck to pull off. I set this plan in motion by emailing Arthremus, H, and Shoto. My message told them exactly where to find the second gate and how to obtain the crystal key. Once I was sure all three of them had received my message, I initiated the next phase of my plan. This was the part that terrified me because I knew there was a good chance it was going to end up getting me killed. But at this point, I no longer cared. I was going to reach the third gate or die trying. Level 3. Going outside is highly overrated. Anorak's Almanac, Chapter 17, Verse 32. When the IOI corporate police came to arrest me, I was right in the middle of the movie Explorers, 1985, directed by Joe Dante. It's about 3 kids who build a spaceship in their backyard and then fly off to meet aliens. Easily one of the greatest kid flicks ever made. I got into the habit of watching it at least once a month. It kept me centered. I had a thumbnail of my apartment building's external security camera feed at the edge of my display. So I saw the IOI indentured servant retrieval transport pull up out front, siren wailing and lights flashing. Then 4 jackbooted, riot helmeted drop cops jumped out and ran into the building, followed by a guy in a suit. I continued to watch them on the lobby camera as they waved their IOI badges, blew past the security station, and filed into the elevator. Now they were on their way up to my floor. Max, I muttered, noting the fear in my own voice. Execute security macro number 1. Crom, strong in his mountain. This voice command instructed my computer to execute a long series of pre-programmed actions, both online and in the real world. You got it, Chief, Max replied cheerfully, and a split second later, my apartment's security system switched into lockdown mode. My reinforced plate titanium war door swung down from the ceiling, slamming and locking into place over my apartment's built-in security door. On the security camera mounted in the hallway outside my apartment, I watched the 4 drop cops get off the elevator and sprint down the hallway to my door. The 2 guys in front were carrying plasma welders. The other 2 held industrial-strength volt-jolt stun guns. The suit, who brought the rear, was carrying a digital clipboard. I wasn't surprised to see them. I knew why they were here. They were here to cut open my apartment and pull me out of it like a chunk of Spam being removed from the can. When they reached my door, my scanner gave them the once-over, and their ID data flashed on my display, informing them that all 5 of these men were IOI credit officers with valid indenturement arrest warrant for one Bryce Lynch, the occupant of this apartment. So, in keeping with local, state, and federal law, my apartment building security system immediately opened both my security doors to grant them access, but the war door that had just slammed into place kept them outside. Of course, the drop cops expected me to have redundant security, which is why they brought plasma welders. The IOI drone in the suit squeezed past the drop cops and gingerly pressed his thumb to my door intercom. His name and corporate title appeared on my display. Michael Wilson, IOI Credit and Collections Division, employee number IOI 481231. Wilson looked up into the lens of my hallway camera and smiled pleasantly. Mr. Lynch, he said, my name is Michael Wilson, and I'm with the Credit and Collections Division of Innovative Online Industries. He consulted his clipboard. I'm here because you have failed to make the last 3 payments on your IOI Visa card, which has an outstanding balance in excess of $20,000. Our records also show that you are currently unemployed and have therefore been classified as impecunious. Under current federal law, you are now eligible for mandatory indenturement. You will remain indentured until you have paid your debt to our company in full, along with all applicable interest, processing, and late fees, and any other charges or penalties that you incur henceforth. Wilson motioned toward the drop cops. These gentlemen are here to assist me in apprehending you and escorting you to your new place of employment. We request that you open your door and grant us access to your residence. Please be aware that we are authorized to seize any personal belongings you have inside. The sale value of these items will, of course, be deducted from your outstanding credit balance. As far as I could tell, Wilson recited all of this without taking a single breath, speaking in the flat monotone of someone who repeats the same sentence all day long. After a brief pause, I replied through the intercom, Sure thing, guys. Just give me a minute to get my pants on, then I'll be right out. Wilson frowned. Mr. Lynch, if you do not grant us access to your residence within 10 seconds, we are authorized to enter by force. The cost of any damage resulting from our forced entry, including all property damage and repair labor, will be added to your outstanding balance. Thank you. Wilson stepped away from the intercom and nodded to the others. One of the drop cops immediately powered up his welder, and when the tip began to glow molten orange, he began cutting through my war door's titanium plating. The other welder moved a few feet further down and began to cut a hole right through the wall of my apartment. These guys had access to the building's security specs, so they knew the walls of each apartment were lined with steel plating and a layer of concrete, which they could cut through much more quickly than the titanium war door. Of course, I'd taken the precaution of reinforcing my apartment's walls, floor, and ceiling with a titanium alloy sage cage, which I'd assembled piece by piece. Once they cut through my wall, they'd have to cut through the cage too. But this would buy me only 5 or 6 extra minutes at the most. Then they'd be inside. I'd heard that drop cops had a nickname for this procedure, cutting an indent out of a fortified residence so they could arrest him. They called it doing a You've got to be fucking kidding me. You've got to be fucking kidding me. They called it doing a C-section. I dry swallowed two of the anti-anxiety pills I'd ordered in preparation for this day. I'd already taken 2 earlier that morning, but they didn't seem to be working. Inside the Oasis, I closed all the windows on my display and set my account's security level to maximum. Then I pulled up the scoreboard just to check it one last time and reassure myself that nothing had changed and the Sixers still hadn't won. The top 10 rankings had been static for several days now. Arthremus, H, and Shoto had all cleared the second gate and obtained the crystal key within 48 hours of receiving my email. When Arthremus received the 25,000 points for reaching the crystal key, it put her back in first place due to the point bonuses she'd already received for finding the jade key first and the copper key second. Arthremus, H, and Shoto had all tried to contact me since receiving my email, but I hadn't answered any of their phone calls, emails, or chat requests. I saw no reason to tell them what I intended to do. They couldn't do anything to help me and would probably just try to talk me out of it. There was no turning back now anyway. I closed the scoreboard and took a long look around my stronghold, wondering if it was for the last time. Then I took several quick, deep breaths, like a deep-sea diver preparing to submerge, and tapped the logout icon on my display. The Oasis vanished, and my avatar reappeared inside my virtual office, a standalone simulation stored on my console's hard drive. I opened a console window and keyed in the command word to activate my computer's self-destruct sequence. Shitstorm. A progress meter appeared on my display, showing that my hard drive was now being zeroed out and wiped clean. Goodbye, Max, I whispered. Adios, Wade, Max said, just a few seconds before he was deleted. Sitting in my haptic chair, I could already feel the heat coming from the other side of the room. When I pulled off my visor, I saw smoke pouring in through the holes cut in the door and the wall. It was starting to get too thick for my apartment's air purifiers to handle. I began to cough. The drop cop working on my door finished cutting his hole. The smoking circle of metal fell to the floor with a heavy metallic boom that made me jump in my chair. As the welder stepped back, another drop cop stepped forward and used a small canister to spray some sort of freezing foam around the edge of the hole, cooling off the metal so they wouldn't burn themselves when they crawled inside, which was what they were about to do. "Clear!" one of them shouted from out in the hallway. "No visible weapons!" One of the stun gun wielding drop cops climbed through the hole first. Suddenly, he was standing right in front of me, his weapon leveled at my face. "Don't move!" he shouted, "or you get the juice, understand?" I nodded that, yes, I understood. It occurred to me then that this cop was the first visitor I'd ever had in my apartment in all the time I lived there. The second cop to crawl inside wasn't nearly as polite. Without a word, he walked over and jammed a ball gag in my mouth. This was standard procedure because they didn't want me to issue any more voice commands to my computer. They needn't have bothered. The moment the first drop cop had entered my apartment, an incendiary device had detonated inside my computer. It was already melting to slag. When the drop cop finished strapping on the ball gag, he grabbed me by the exoskeleton in my haptic suit, yanking me out of my haptic chair like a rag doll and threw me on the floor. The other drop cop hit the kill switch that opened my war door, and the last two drop cops rushed in, followed by Wilson the suit. I curled into a ball on the floor and closed my eyes. I started to shake involuntarily. I tried to prepare myself for what I knew was about to happen next. They were going to take me outside. "Mr. Lynch," Wilson said, smiling, "I hereby place you under corporate arrest." He turned to the drop cops. "Tell the repo team to come on up and clear this place out." He glanced around the room and noticed a thin line of smoke now pouring out of my computer. He looked at me and shook his head. "That was stupid. We could have sold that computer to help you pay down your debt." I couldn't reply around the ball gag, so I just shrugged and gave him the finger. They tore off my haptic suit and left it for the repo team. I was totally naked underneath. They gave me a disposable slate gray jumpsuit to put on, with matching plastic shoes. The suit felt like sandpaper, and it began to make me itch as soon as I put it on. They cuffed my hands, so it wasn't easy to scratch. They dragged me out into the hall. The harsh fluorescence sucked the color out of everything and made it look like an old black and white film. As we rode the elevator down to the lobby, I hummed along with the Muzak as loudly as I could to show them I wasn't afraid. When one of the drop cops waved his stun gun at me, I stopped. They put a hooded winter coat on me in the lobby. They didn't want me catching pneumonia now that I was company property. A human resource. Then they led me outside, and sunlight hit my face for the first time in over half a year. It was snowing, and everything was covered in a thin layer of gray ice and slush. I didn't know what the temperature was, but I couldn't remember ever feeling so cold. The wind cut right to my bones. They herded me over to their transport truck. Two new indents already sat in the back, strapped into plastic seats, both wearing visors. People they'd arrested earlier that morning. The drop cops were like garbage collectors, making their daily rounds. The indent on my right was a tall, thin guy, probably a few years older than me. He looked like he might be suffering from malnutrition. The other indent was morbidly obese, and I couldn't be sure of the person's gender. I decided to think of him as male. His face was obscured by a mop of dirty blonde hair, and something that looked like a gas mask covered his nose and mouth. A thick black tube ran from the mask down to a nozzle on the floor. I wasn't sure of its purpose until he lurched forward, drawing his restraints tight, and vomited into the mask. I saw a vacuum activate, sucking the indent's regurgitated Oreos down the tube and into the floor. I wonder if they stored it in an external tank or just dumped it on the street. Probably a tank. IOI would probably have his vomit analyzed and put the results in his file. "You feel sick?" one of the drop cops asked as he removed my ball gag. "Tell me now and I'll put a mask on you." "I feel great," I said, not very convincingly. "Okay, but if I have to clean up your puke, I'll make sure you regret it." They shoved me inside and strapped me down, directly across from the skinny guy. Two of the drop cops climbed into the back with us, stowing their plasma welders in a locker. The other two slammed the rear doors and climbed into the cab up front. As we pulled away from my apartment complex, I craned my neck to look through the transport's tinted rear windows. Up at the building where I lived for the past year, I was able to spot my window up on the 42nd floor because of its spray-painted black glass. The repo team was probably already up there now. All of my gear was being disassembled, inventory, tagged, boxed, and prepared for auction. Once they finished emptying out my apartment, custodial bots would scour and disinfect it. A repair crew would patch the outer wall and replace the door. IOI would be billed, and the cost of repairs would be added to my outstanding debt to the company. By mid-afternoon, the lucky beater who was next on the apartment building's waiting list would get a message informing him that a unit had opened up, and by this evening the new tenant would probably already be moved in. By the time the sun went down, all evidence that I'd ever lived there would be totally erased. As the transport swung out onto High Street, I heard the tires crunch the salt crystals covering the frozen asphalt. One of the drop cops reached over and slapped a visor on my face. I found myself sitting on a sandy white beach, watching the sunset while waves crashed in front of me. This must be the simulation they used to keep indents calm during the ride downtown. Using my cuffed hand, I pushed the visor up onto my forehead. The drop cops didn't seem to care or pay me any notice at all, so I craned my head again to stare out the window. I hadn't been out here in the real world for a long time, and I wanted to see how it had changed. A thick film of neglect still covered everything in sight. The streets, the buildings, the people. Even the snow seemed dirty. It drifted down in gray flakes like ash after a volcanic eruption. The number of homeless people seemed to have increased drastically. Tents and cardboard shelters lined the streets, and the public parks I saw seemed to have been converted into refugee camps. As the transport rolled deeper into the city's skyscraper core, I saw people clustered on every street corner and in every vacant lot, huddled around burning barrels and portable fuel cell heaters. Others waited in line at the free solar charging station, wearing bulky, outdated visors and haptic gloves. Their hands made small, ghostly gestures as they interacted with the far more pleasant reality of the oasis via one of the GSS's free wireless access points. Finally, we reached the 101 IOI Plaza in the heart of downtown. I stared out the window in silent apprehension as the corporate headquarters of Innovative Online Industries Inc. came into view, two rectangular skyscrapers flanking a circular one, forming the IOI corporate logo. The IOI skyscrapers were the three tallest buildings in the city, mighty towers of steel and mirrored glass, joined by dozens of connective walkways and elevator trams. The top of each tower disappeared into the sodium vapor-drenched cloud layer above. The buildings looked identical to their headquarters in the Oasis on IOI 1, but here in the real world, they seemed much more impressive. The transport rolled into a parking garage at the base of the circular tower and descended a series of concrete ramps until we arrived in a large open area resembling a loading dock. A sign over a row of wide bay doors read, IOI Indentured Employee Induction Center. The other indents and I, who were herded off the transport, where a squad of stun gun armed security guards were waiting to take custody of us. Our handcuffs were removed, then another guard began to swipe each of us with a handheld retina scanner. I held my breath as he held the scanner up to my eyes. A second later, the unit beeped and he read off the information on its display. Lynch, Bryce, age 22, full citizenship, no criminal record, credit default indenturement. He nodded to himself and tapped a series of icons on his clipboard. Then I was led to a warm, brightly lit room filled with hundreds of other new indents. They were shuffling through a maze of guide ropes like weary, overgrown children at some nightmarish amusement park. There seemed to be an equal number of men and women, but it was hard to tell because nearly everyone shared my pale complexion and total lack of body hair, and we all wore the same gray jumpsuits and gray plastic shoes. We looked like extras from THX 1138. The line fed into a series of security checkpoints. At the first checkpoint, each indent was given a thorough scan with a brand new meta detector to make sure they weren't hiding any electronic persons on or in their persons. While I waited for my turn, I saw several people pulled out of line when the scanner found a subcutaneous mini computer or a voice controlled phone installed as a tooth replacement. They were led into another room to have the devices removed. A dude just ahead of me in line actually had a top of the line miniature Sinatra Oasis console concealed inside a prosthetic
What a
Con-
fuck.
concealed inside a prosthetic testicle. Talk about balls.
What?
One,
What a good joke.
the things I've had to read. Once I'd cleared a few more checkpoints, I was ushered into the testing room, a giant room filled with hundreds of small, soundproof cubicles. I was seated in one of them and given a cheap visor and an even cheaper pair of haptic gloves. The gear didn't give me access to the Oasis, but I still found it comforting to put it on. I was then given a battery of increasingly difficult aptitude tests intended to measure my knowledge and abilities in every area that might conceivably be of use to my new employer. These tests were, of course, cross-referenced with the fake educational background and work history that I'd given to my bogus Bryce Lynch identity. I made sure to ace all the tests on Oasis software, hardware, and networking, but I intentionally failed the test designed to gauge my knowledge of James Halliday and the Easter egg. I definitely didn't want to get placed in IOI's oology division. There was a chance I might run into Sorrento there. I didn't think he'd recognize me. We never actually met in person, and I now barely resemble my old school ID photo, but I didn't want to risk it. I was already tempting fate more than anyone in their right mind ever would. Hours later, when I finally finished the last exam, I was logged into a virtual chat room to meet with an indenturement counselor. Her name was Nancy, and in a hypnotic monotone, she informed me that, due to my exemplary test scores and impressive employment record, I had been awarded the position of a waste technical support representative too. I would be paid $28,500 a year, minus the cost of my housing, meals, taxes, medical, dental, optical, and recreation services, all of which would be deducted automatically from my pay. My remaining income, if there was any, would be applied to my outstanding debt to the company. Once my debt was paid in full, I would be released from indenturement. At that time, based on my job performance, it was possible I would be offered a permanent position within IOI. This was a complete joke, of course. Indents were never able to pay off their debt and earn their release. Once they got finished slapping you with pay deductions, late fees, and interest penalties, you wound up owing them more each month instead of less. Once you made the mistake of getting yourself indentured, you would probably remain indentured for life. A lot of people didn't seem to mind this, though. They thought of it as job security. It also meant they weren't going to starve or freeze to death in the streets. My indenturement contract appeared in a window on my display. It contained a long list of disclaimers and warnings about my rights, or lack thereof, as an indentured employee. Nancy told me to read it, sign it, and proceed to indent processing. Then she logged out of the chat room. I scrolled to the bottom of the contract without bothering to read it. It was over 600 pages long. I signed the name Bryce Lynch, then verified my signature with a retinal scan. Even though I was using a fake name, I wondered if the contract might still be legally binding. I wasn't sure, and I didn't really care. I had a plan, and this was part of it. They led me down another corridor into the indenturement processing area. I was placed on a conveyor belt that carried me through a long series of stations. First, they took my jumpsuit and shoes and incinerated them. Then, they ran me through a kind of human car wash. A series of machines that soaked, scrubbed, disinfected, rinsed, dried, and deloused me. Afterward, I was given a new gray jumpsuit and another pair of plastic slippers. At the next station, a bank of machines gave me a complete physical, including a battery of blood tests. Luckily, the Genetic Privacy Act made it illegal for IOI to sample my DNA. Then, I was given a series of inoculations with an array of automated needle guns that shot me in both shoulders and both ass cheeks simultaneously. As I inched forward toward the conveyor, flat screen monitors mounted overhead showed the same 10-minute training film over and over on an endless loop. Indentured servitude, your fast track from debt to success. The cast was made up of D-list television stars who cheerfully spouted corpo propaganda while relating the minutiae of IOI's indenturement policy. After 5 viewings, I had every line of the damn thing memorized. By the 10th viewing, I was mouthing the words along with the actors. "What can I expect after I complete my initial processing and get placed in my permanent position?" asked Johnny, the training film's main character. You can expect to spend the rest of your life as a corpo slave, Johnny," I thought. But I kept watching as, once again, the helpful IOI human resources rep pleasantly told Johnny all about the day-to-day life of an indent. Finally, I reached the last station, where a machine fitted me with a security anklet, a padded metal band that locked around my ankle just above the joint. According to the training film, this device monitored my physical location and also granted or denied me access to different areas of the IOI office complex. If I tried to escape, remove the anklet, or cause any kind of trouble, the device was capable of delivering a paralyzing electrical shock. If necessary, it could also administer a heavy-duty tranquilizer directly into my bloodstream. After the anklet was on, another machine clamped a small electronic device onto my right earlobe, piercing it in 2 locations. I winced in pain and shouted a stream of profanity. I knew from the training film I'd just been fitted with an OCT. OCT stood for Observation and Communication Tag, but most indents just referred to it as ear gear. It reminded me of the tags environmentalists used to put on endangered animals to track their movements in the wild. The ear gear contained a small comlink that allowed the main IOI human resources computer to make announcements and issue commands directly into my ear. It also contained a tiny forward-looking camera that let IOI supervisors see whatever was directly in front of me. Surveillance cameras were mounted in every room in the IOI complex, but apparently that wasn't enough. They also had to mount a camera to the side of every indent's head. A few seconds later, after my ear gear was attached and activated, I began to hear the placid monotone of the HR mainframe, droning instructions and other information. The voice drove me nuts at first, but I gradually got used to it. I didn't have much of a choice. As I stepped off the conveyor, the HR computer directed me to a nearby cafeteria that looked like something out of an old prison movie. I was given a lime green tray of food, a tasteless soy burger, a lump of runny mashed potatoes, and some unrecognizing form of cobbler for dessert. I devoured all of it in a few minutes. The HR computer complimented me on my healthy appetite. Then it informed me that I was now permitted to make a 5-minute visit to the bathroom. But when I came out, I was directed onto an elevator with no buttons or floor indicator. When the door slid open, I saw the following stencil on the wall. Indet Hab, Block 5, Tech Sup Reps. I shuffled off the elevator and down the carpeted hallway. It was quiet and dark. The only illumination came from a small path lighting embedded in the floor. I'd lost track of the time. It seemed like days had passed since I'd been pulled out of my own apartment. I was dead on my feet. Your first technical support shift begins in 7 hours, the HR computer droned softly in my ear. You have until then to sleep. Turn left at the intersection in front of you and proceed to your assigned HAB unit, number 42G. I continued to do as I was told. I thought I was already getting pretty good at it. The HAB block reminded me of a mausoleum. It was a network of vaulted hallways, each lined with coffin-shaped sleeping capsules, row after row of them, stacked to the ceiling, 10 high. Each column of HAB units was numbered, and the door of each capsule was lettered A through J, with Unit A at the bottom. I eventually reached my unit near the top of the column number 42. As I approached it, the hatch iris opened with a hiss, and a soft blue light winked on inside. I ascended the narrow access ladder mounted between the 2 adjacent rows of capsules, then stepped onto the short platform beneath the hatch to my unit. When I climbed inside the capsule, the platform retracted and the hatch iris shut at my feet. The inside of my HAB unit was an eggshell white injection molded plastic coffin, 1 meter high, 1 meter wide, and 2 meters long. The floor of the capsule was covered with a gel foam mattress pad and pillow. They both smell like burnt rubber, so I assume they must be new. In addition to the camera attached to the side of my head, there was a camera mounted above the door of my HAB unit. The company didn't bother hiding it. They wanted their indents to know that they were being watched. The unit's only amenity was the entertainment console, a large flat touchscreen built into the wall. A wireless visor was snapped into a holder beside it. I tapped the touchscreen, activated the unit. My new employee number and position appeared at the top of the display. Lich Bryce T, Oasis Tech Rep 2, IOI employee number 338645. A menu appeared below, listing the entertainment program to which I presently had access to. It took only a few seconds to peruse my limited options. I could only view one channel. IOIN, the company's 24-hour news network. It provided a non-stop stream of company-related news and propaganda. I also had access to a library of training films and simulations, most of which were geared toward my new position as an Oasis technical support representative. When I tried to access one of the other entertainment library's vintage movies, the system informed me I wouldn't be granted access to a wider selection of entertainment options until I received an above average rating and 3 consecutive employee performance reviews. Then the system asked me if I wanted more information on the indentured employee entertainment reward program. I didn't. The only TV show I had access to was a company produced sitcom called Tommy Q. The synopsis said it was a wacky situation comedy chronicling the misadventures of Tommy, a newly indentured Oasis tech rep struggling to achieve his goals of financial independence and on the job excellence. I selected the first episode of Tommy Q, then unsat the visor and put it on. As I expected, the show was really just a training film with a laugh track. I had absolutely no interest in it. I just wanted to go to sleep. But I knew I was being watched and that every move I made was being scrutinized and logged, so I stayed awake as long as I could, ignoring one episode of Tommy Q after another. Despite my best efforts, my thoughts drifted to Artemis. Regardless of what I'd been telling myself, I knew she was the real reason I'd gone through with this lunatic plan. What the hell was wrong with me? There was a good chance I might never escape from this place. I felt buried under an avalanche of self-doubt. Had my dual obsessions with the egg and Artemis finally driven me completely insane? Why would I take such an idiotic risk to win over someone I'd never actually met? Someone who appeared to have no interest in ever talking to me again. Where was she right now? Did she miss me? I continued to mentally torture myself like that until I finally drifted off to sleep. IOI's technical support call center occupied 3 entire floors of the headquarters' eastern I-shaped tower. Each of these floors contained a maze of numbered cubicles. Mine was stuck back in a remote corner, far from any windows. My cubicle was completely empty, except for an adjustable office chair bolted to the floor. Several of the cubicles around me were unoccupied, awaiting the arrival of other new indents. I wasn't permitted to have any decorations in my cubicle because I hadn't earned that privilege yet. If I had obtained a sufficient number of perk points by getting high productivity and customer approval ratings, I could spend some of them to purchase the privilege of decorating my cube, perhaps with a potted plant or an inspirational poster of a kitten hanging from a clothesline. When I arrived at my cubicle, I grabbed my company-issued visor and gloves from the rack on the bare cube wall and put them on. Then I collapsed into my chair. My work computer was built into the chair's circular base, and it activated itself automatically when I sat down. My employee ID was verified, and I was automatically logged into my work account on the IOI intranet. I wasn't allowed to have any outbound access to the Oasis. All I could really do was read work-related emails, view support documentation and procedural manuals, and check my call time statistics. That was it. And every move I made on the intranet was closely monitored, controlled, and logged. I put myself in the call queue and began my 12-hour shift. I'd been in Indent for only 8 days now, but it already felt like I'd been imprisoned here for years. The first caller's avatar appeared in front of me in my support chat room. His name and stats also appeared, floating in the air above him. He had the astoundingly clever name of Hot Cock 007. I could see it was going to be another fabulous day. Hot Cock 007 was a hulking, bald barbarian with studded black leather armor and lots of demon tattoos covering his arms and face. He was holding a gigantic bastard sword nearly twice as long as his avatar's body. "Good morning, Mr. Hot Cock 007, I droned. "Thank you for calling technical support. I'm tech rep number 338645. How may I help you this evening?" The customer courtesy software filtered my voice, altering its tone and inflection to ensure that I always sounded cheerful and upbeat. Yeah, Hawkcock 007 began. "I just bought this badass sword and now I can't even use it. I can't even attack nothing with it. What the hell's wrong with this piece of shit? I'm broke?" "Sir, the only problem is that you're a complete fucking moron," I said. I heard a familiar warning buzzer and a message flash in my display. Courtesy violation. Flags. Fucking moron. Last response muted. Violation logged. IOI's patented customer courtesy software had detected the inappropriate nature of my response and muted it, so the customer didn't hear what I'd said. The software also logged my courtesy violation and forwarded it to Trevor, my section supervisor, so that he could bring it up during my next bi-weekly performance review. Sir, did you purchase the sword in an online auction? Yeah, Hawkcock007 replied. Paid out the ass for it too. Just a moment, sir, while I examine the item. I already knew what his problem was, but I needed to make sure before telling him or I'd get hit with a fine. I tapped the sword with my index finger, selecting it. A small window opened and displayed the item's properties. The answer was right there on the first line. This particular magic sword could only be used by an avatar who was 10th level or higher. Mr. Hawkcock007 was only 7th level. I quickly explained this to him. What? That ain't fair! The guy who sold it to me didn't say nothing about that! Sir, it's always advisable to make sure your avatar can actually use an item before you purchase it. God damn it, he shouted. Well, what am I supposed to do with it now? You could shove it up your ass and pretend you're a corn dog. Courtesy violation, response. Response muted. Violation logged. I tried again. Sir, you might want to keep the item stored in your inventory until your avatar has attained 10th level, or you may wish to put the item back up for auction yourself and use the proceeds to purchase a similar weapon, one with a power level commensurate to that of your avatar. Huh? Hawkcock007. What do you mean? Save it or sell it. Oh. Can I help you with anything else today, sir? No, I don't guess. Great. Thank you for calling technical support. Have an outstanding day. I tapped the disconnect icon on my display, and Hawkcock007 vanished. Call time 2:07. As the next customer's avatar appeared, a red-skinned, large-breasted alien female named Vartax. The customer satisfaction rating that Hawkcock007 had given me appeared on my display. It was a 6 out of a possible score of 10. The system then helpfully reminded me that I needed to keep my average above 8.5 if I wanted to get a raise after my next review. Doing tech support here was nothing like working from home. Here I couldn't watch movies, play games, or listen to music while I answered the endless stream of inane calls. The only distraction was staring at the clock, or the IOI stock ticker, which was always at the top of every indent's display. You couldn't get rid of it. During each shift, I was given 3 5-minute restroom breaks. Lunch was 30 minutes. I usually ate in my cubicle instead of the cafeteria, so I wouldn't have to listen to the other tech reps bitch about their calls or boast about how many perk points they'd earned. I'd grown to despise the other indents almost as much as the customers. I fell asleep 5 separate times during my shift. Each time, when the system saw that I drifted off, it sounded a warning klaxon in my ear, jolting me back awake. Then it noted the infraction in my employee data file. My narcolepsy had become such a constant problem during my first week that I was now being issued 2 little red pills each day to help me stay awake. I took them too, but not until after I got off work. But when my shift finally ended, I ripped off my headset and visor and walked back to my HAB unit as quickly as I could. This was the only time each day I ever heard it anywhere. When I reached my tiny plastic coffin, I crawled inside and collapsed on the mattress, face down, in the same exact position as the night before, and the night before that. I lay there for a few minutes, staring out the time readout on my entertainment console out of the corner of my eye. When it reached 7:07 p.m., I rolled over and sat up. Lights, I said softly. This had become my favorite word over the past week. In my mind, it had become synonymous with freedom. The lights embedded in the shell of my HAB unit shut off, plunging the tiny compartment into darkness. If someone had been watching either of my live security vid feeds, they would have seen a brief flash as the camera switched to night vision mode. Then I would have been clearly visible on their monitors again. But thanks to some sabotage I performed earlier in the week, the security cameras in my HAB unit and my ear gear were no longer performing their assigned tasks. For the first time that day, I wasn't being watched. That meant it was time to rock. I tapped the entertainment center console's touchscreen. It lit up, presenting me with the same choices I had on my first night here. A handful of training films and simulations, including the complete run of Tommy Q episodes. If anyone checked the usage logs from my entertainment console, they would show that I watched Tommy Q every night until I fell asleep, and that once I'd worked my way around through all 16 episodes, I'd start over at the beginning. The logs would also show that I fell asleep at roughly the same time every night, but not at exactly the same time, and that I slept like the dead until the following morning when my alarm sounded. Of course, I hadn't really been watching their inane corporate shitcom every night, and I wasn't sleeping either. I had actually been operating on about 2 hours of sleep a night for the past week, and it was beginning to take its toll on me. But the moment the lights in my hab unit went out, I felt energized and wide awake. My exhaustion seemed to vanish, and I began to navigate through the entertainment center operation menus from memory, the fingers of my right hand dancing rapidly across the touchscreen. About 7 months earlier, I'd attained a set of IOI internet passwords from the elite Hacksaws Warehouse, the same black market data auction site where I'd purchased the information needed to create a new identity. I kept an eye on all the black market data sites because you never knew what might be up for sale on them. Oasis, server exploits, ATM hacks, celebrity sex tapes, you name it. I've been browsing through the elite Hacksaws Warehouse auction listings when one in particular caught my eye. IOI access passwords, backdoors, and system exploits. The seller claimed to be offering classified proprietary information on IOI's internet architecture, along with a series of administrative access codes and system exploits that could give a user carte blanche inside the company network. I would have assumed the data was bogus had it not been listed on such a respected site. The anonymous seller claimed to be a former IOI contract programmer and one of the lead architects on its company intranet. He was probably a turncoat, a programmer who intentionally coded backdoors and security holes into a system he designed so he could later sell them on the black market. It allowed him to get paid for the same job twice and to salve any guilt he felt about working for a demonic multinational corporation like IOI. The obvious problem, which the seller didn't bother to point out in the auction listing, was that these codes were useless unless you already had access to the company intranet. IOI's intranet was a high security standalone network with no direct connections to the Oasis. The only way to get access to IOI's intranet was to become one of their legitimate employees, very difficult and time consuming. Or you could join the company's ever-growing ranks of indentured servants. I decided to bid on the IOI access codes anyway, on the off chance they might come in handy someday. Since there was no way to verify the data's authenticity, the bidding stayed low and I won the auction for a few thousand credits. The codes arrived in my inbox a few minutes after the auction ended. Once I finished encrypting the data, I examined it all thoroughly. Everything looked legit, so I filed the info away for a rainy day and forgot about it, until 6 months later when I saw the Sixer barricade around Castle Anorak. The first thing I thought of was the IOI access codes. Then, the wheels in my head began to turn, and my ridiculous plan began to take shape. Well, no, that's partially true. He has already foreshadowed a couple things, but those are like kind of stupidly blatant. The foreshadowed things. You could probably figure them out. I would alter the financial records of my bogus Bryce Lynch identity and allow myself to become indentured by IOI. Once I infiltrated the building and got behind the company firewall, I would use the internet passwords to hack into the Sixers' private database, then figure out a way to bring down the shield they had erected over Anorak's castle. I didn't think anyone would anticipate this move because it was so clearly insane. I didn't test the IOI passwords until the second night of my indenturement. I was understandably anxious because if it turned out I'd been sold bogus data and none of the passwords worked, I would have sold myself into lifelong slavery. Keeping my ear gear pointed straight ahead away from the screen, I pulled up the entertainment console viewer settings menu, which allowed me to make adjustments to the display's audio and video output, volume and balance, brightness, and tint. I cranked each option to its highest setting, then tapped the apply button at the bottom of the screen 3 times. I set the volume and brightness controls to their lowest settings and tapped the apply button again. A small window appeared in the center of the screen, prompting me for a maintenance tech ID number and access password. I quickly entered the ID number and the long alphanumeric password that I'd memorized. I checked both for errors out of the corner of my eye, then tapped OK. The system paused for what seemed like a very long time. Then, to my great relief, the following message appeared. Maintenance Control Panel access granted. I now had access to a maintenance service account designed to allow repairmen to test and debug the entertainment unit's various components. I was now logged in as a technician, but my access to the intranet was still pretty limited. Still, it gave me all the elbow room I needed. Using an exploit used by one of the programmers, I was now able to create a bogus admin account. Once that was set up, I had access to just about everything. My first order of business was to get some privacy. I quickly navigated through several dozen submenus until I reached the control panel for the indent monitoring system. When I entered my employee number, my indent profile appeared on the display, along with a mugshot they'd taken of me during my initial processing. The profile listed my indent account balance, pay grade, blood type, current performance, review rating, every scrap of data the company had on me. At the top right of my profile were two vid feed windows, one fed by the camera in my ear gear, the other linked to the camera in my hab unit. My ear gear vid feed was currently aimed at a section of the wall. The hab unit camera window showed a view of the back of my head, which I positioned to block the entertainment center's display screen. I selected both VidV cameras and accessed their configuration settings. Using one of the turncoat's exploits, I performed a quick hack that caused my ear gear and hab unit cameras to display the archive video from my first night of indenturement instead of a live feed. Now, if someone checked my camera feeds, they'd see me lying asleep in my hab unit, not sitting up all night, fiercely hacking my way through the company intranet. Then I programmed the cameras to switch to pre-recorded feeds whenever I shut out the lights in my hab unit. The split-second jump cut in the feed would be masked by the momentary video distortion that occurred when the camera switched into night vision mode. I kept expecting to be discovered and locked out of the system, but it never happened. My passwords continued to work. I'd spent the past 6 nights laying siege to the IOI intranet, digging deeper and deeper into the network. I felt like a convict in an old prison movie, returning to my cell each night to tunnel through the wall with a teaspoon. Then, last night, just before I succumbed to the exhaustion, I finally managed to navigate my way through the intranet's labyrinth of firewalls and into the main Uology Division database, the motherlode, the Sixers' private file pile, and tonight, I would finally be able to explore it. I knew that I needed to be able to take some of the Sixers data with me when I escaped, so earlier in the week, I used my intranet admin account to submit a bogus hardware requisition form. I had a 10 zettabyte flash drive delivered to a non-existent employee, Sam Lowery, in an empty cubicle a few rows away from my own. Making sure to keep my ear gear camera pointed in the other direction, I ducked into the cube, grabbed the tiny drive, pocketed it, and smuggled it back into my hab unit. That night, after I shut off the lights and disabled the security cameras, I unlocked my entertainment unit's maintenance access panel and installed a flash drive into an expansion slot used for firmware upgrades. Now I could download data from the intranet directly to the drive. I put on the entertainment center's visor and gloves and stretched out on my mattress. The visor presented me with a 3-dimensional view of the Sixers database, with dozens of overlapping data windows suspended in front of me. Using my gloves, I began to manipulate these windows, navigating my way through the database's file structure. The largest section of the database appeared to be devoted to information on Halliday. The amount of data that I had on him was staggering. It made my Grail diary look like a set of cliff notes. They had things I'd never seen, things I didn't even know existed. Halliday's grade school report cards, home movies from his childhood, emails he'd written to fans. I didn't have time to read over it all, but I copied the really interesting stuff over to my flash drive to hopefully study later. I focused on isolating the data related to Castle Anorak and the forces the Sixers had positioned in and around it. I copied all the intel on their weapons, vehicles, gunships, and troop numbers. I also snagged all the data I could find on the Orb Ossivox, the artifact they were using to generate the shield around the castle, including exactly where they were keeping it and the employee number of Sixer wizard they had operating it. Then I hit the jackpot. A folder containing hundreds of hours of Oasis SimCap recordings documenting the Sixers' initial discovery of the third gate and their subsequent attempts to open it. As everyone now suspected, the third gate was located inside Castle Anorak. Only avatars who possess a copy of the crystal key could cross the threshold of the castle's front entrance. To my disgust, I learned that Sorrento had been the first avatar to set foot inside Castle Anorak since Halliday's death. The castle entrance led into a massive foyer whose walls, floor, and ceiling were all made of gold. At the north end of the chamber, a large crystal door was set into the wall. It had a small keyhole at its very center. The moment I saw it, I knew I was looking at the third gate. I fast forwarded through several other recent SimCap files. From what I could tell, the Sixers still hadn't figured out how to open the gate. Simply inserting the crystal key into the keyhole had no effect. They had their entire team trying to figure out why for several days now, but still couldn't make any progress. While the data and video on the third gate was copying over to my flash drive, I continued to delve deeper into the Sixer database. Eventually, I uncovered a restricted area called the Star Chamber. It was the only area of the database I couldn't seem to access, so I used my admin ID to create a new test account, then gave that account super user access and full administrator privileges. It worked, and I was granted access. The information inside the restricted area was divided into 2 folders: mission status and threat assessments. I opened the threat assessments folder first, and what I saw when I saw what was inside, I felt the blood drain from my face. There were 5 file folders labeled Parzival, Arthremis, H, Shoto, and Dido. Dido's folder had a large red X over it. I opened the Parzival folder first. A detailed dossier appeared containing all the information the Sixers had collected on me over the past few years. My birth certificate, my school transcripts. At the bottom, there was a link to a SimCap of my entire Chatlink session with Sorrento, including ending with the bomb detonating in my aunt's trailer. After I'd gone into hiding, they lost track of me. They collected thousands of screenshots and vidcaps of my avatar over the past year and loads of data on my stronghold on Falco, but they didn't know anything about my location in the real world. My current whereabouts were listed as unknown. I closed the window, took a deep breath, and opened the file in Arthremis. At the very top was a school photo of a young girl with a distinctly sad smile. To my surprise, she looked almost identical to her avatar. The same dark hair, the same hazel eyes, and the same beautiful face I knew so well, with one small difference. Most of the left half of her face was covered with a reddish purple birthmark. I would later learn that these type of birthmarks were sometimes referred to as port wine stains. In the photo, she wore a sweep of her dark hair down over her left eye to try to conceal the mark as much as possible. Arthremis had led me to believe that in reality she was somehow hideous, but now I saw that nothing could have been further from the truth. To my eyes, the birthmark did absolutely nothing to diminish her beauty. If anything, the face I saw in that photo seemed even more beautiful to me than that of her avatar, because I knew this one was real. The data below the photo said that her real name was Samantha Evelyn Cook, that she was a 20-year-old Canadian citizen, 5 feet and 7 inches tall, and that she weighed 168 pounds. The file also contained our home address, 2706 Greenleaf Lane, Vancouver, British Columbia, along with a lot of other information, including her blood type and her school transcripts going all the way back to kindergarten. I found an unlabeled video link at the bottom of her dossier, and when I selected it, a live vid feed of a small suburban house appeared on my display. After a few seconds, I realized I was looking at the house where Arthremis lived. As I dug further into her file, I learned that they'd had her under surveillance for the past 5 months. They had her house bugged too, because I found hundreds of hours of audio recordings made while she was logged into the Oasis. They had complete text transcripts of every audible word she'd spoken while clearing the first 2 gates. I opened Shoto's file next. They knew his real name, Akihide Karatsu, and they also appeared to have his home address, an apartment building in Osaka, Japan. His file also contained a school photo showing a thin, stoic boy with a shaved head. Like Dido, he looked nothing like his avatar. H seemed to be the one they knew the least about. Just a screenshot of his avatar. His real name was listed as Henry Swanson, but that was an alias used by Jack Burton in Big Trouble in Little China, so I knew it must be a fake. His address was listed as mobile, and below there was a link labeled Recent Access Points. This turned out This turned out to be a list of the wireless node locations H had recently used to access his Oasis account. They were all over the place: Boston, Washington, D.C., New York City, Philadelphia, and most recently, Pittsburgh. Now I began to understand how the Sixers had been able to locate Arthremis and Shoto. IOI owned hundreds of regional telecom companies, effectively making them the largest internet service provider in the world. It was pretty difficult to get online without using a network they owned and operated. From the looks of it, IOI had been illegally eavesdropping on most of the world's internet traffic in an attempt to locate and identify the handful of beaters they considered to be a threat. The only reason they hadn't been able to locate me was because I had taken the paranoia induced precaution of leasing a direct fiber optic connection to the Oasis from my apartment complex. If only they did use ExpressVPN, true. I closed H's file, then opened the folder labeled Dido, already dreading what I might find there. Like the others, they had had his real name, Toshiro Yoshiaki, and his home address. 2 news articles about his suicide were linked at the bottom of his dossier, along with an unlabeled video clip timestamped on the day he died. I clicked on it. It was handheld video camera footage showing 3 large men in black ski masks, one of whom was operating the camera, waiting silently in a hallway. They appeared to receive an order via their radio earpieces, then used a key card to open the door of a tiny one-room apartment. Dido's apartment. I watched in horror as they rushed in, yanked him out of his haptic chair, and threw him off the balcony. The bastards even filmed him plummeting to his death, probably at Sorrento's request. A wave of nausea washed over me. When it finally passed, I copied the contents of all 5 dossiers over to my flash drive, then opened the mission status folder. It appeared to contain an archive of the Uology Division's status reports intended for the Sixers' top brass. The reports were arranged by date, with the most recent one listed first. When I opened it, I saw it was a directive memo sent from Nolan Sorrento to the IOI Board of Executives. In it, Sorrento had proposed sending agents to abduct Arthremis and Shoto from their homes to force them to help IOI open the 3rd gate. Once the Sixers had obtained the egg and won the contest, Arthremis and Shoto would be disposed of. I sat there in stunned silence. Then I read the memo again, feeling a combination of rage and panic. According to the timestamp, Sorrento had sent the memo just after 8 o'clock, less than 5 hours ago, so his superiors probably hadn't even seen it yet. When they did, they would still want to meet to discuss Sorrento's suggested course of action. So they probably wouldn't send their agents after Arthremis and Shoto until sometime tomorrow. I still had time to warn them, but to do that, I would have to drastically alter my escape plan. Before my arrest, I'd set up a timed funds transfer that would deposit enough money in my IOI credit account to pay off my entire debt, forcing IOI to release me from indenturement. But that transfer wouldn't happen for another 5 days. By then, the Sixers would probably have Arthremis and Shoto locked in a windowless room somewhere. I couldn't spend the rest of the week exploring the Sixer database like I'd planned. I had to grab as much data as I could and make my escape now. I gave myself until dawn. I worked frantically for the next 4 hours. Most of that time was spent copying as much data as possible from the Sixer database to my stolen flash drive. Once this task was completed, I submitted an executive uologist supply requisition order. This was an online form that Sixer commanders used to request weapons or equipment inside the Oasis. I selected a very specific item, then scheduled its delivery for noon, 2 days from now. When I finally finished, it was 6:30 in the morning. The next tech support shift change was now only 90 minutes away, and my Hab unit neighbors would start waking up soon. I was out of time. I pulled up my indenturement profile, accessed my debt statement, and zeroed out my outstanding balance. Money I'd never actually borrowed to begin with. Then, I selected the Indentured Servant Observation and Communications Tag Control Settings submenu, which operated both my ear gear and security anklet. Finally, I did something I'd been dying to do for the past week. I disabled the locking mechanisms on both devices. I felt a sharp pain as the ear gear clamps retracted and pulled free of the cartilage on my left ear. The device bounced off my shoulder and landed in my lap. In the same instant, the shackle on my right ankle clicked open and fell off, revealing a band of abraded red skin. I now passed the point of no return. IOI security techs weren't the only ones who had access to my ear gear's vid feed. The Indentured Servant Protection Agency also used it to monitor and record my daily activities to ensure that my human rights were being observed. Now that I removed the device, there would be no digital record of what happened to me from this moment forward. If IOI security caught me before I made it out of the building, carrying a stolen flash drive filled with highly incriminating company data, I was dead. The Sixers could torture and kill me, and no one would ever know. I performed a few final tasks related to my escape plan, then logged out of the IOI intranet for the last time. I pulled off my visor and gloves and opened the maintenance access panel next to the entertainment center console. There was a small space below the entertainment module between the prefab wall of my hab unit and the one adjacent to it. I removed the thin, neatly folded bundle I had hidden there. It was a vacuum-sealed IOI maintenance tech uniform, complete with a cap and an ID badge. Like the flash drive, I had obtained these items by submitting an intranet requisition form, then had them delivered to an empty cubicle on my floor. I wiped off my indent jumpsuit and used it to wipe the blood off my ear and neck. Then I removed 2 band-aids from under my mattress and slapped them over the holes on my earlobe. Once I was dressed in my new maintenance tech threads, I carefully removed the flash drive from its expansion slot and pocketed it. Then I picked up my ear gear and spoke into it. I need to use the bathroom, I said. The hab unit irised open at my feet. The hallway was dark and deserted. I stuffed my ear gear and indent jumpsuit under the mattress and put the anklet in the pocket of my new uniform. Then, reminding myself to breathe, I crawled outside and descended the ladder. I passed a few other indents on my way to the elevators, but as usual, none of them made eye contact. This was a relief because I was worried someone might recognize me and notice that I didn't belong in a maintenance tech uniform. When I stepped in front of the express elevator door, I held my breath as the system scanned my maintenance tech ID badge. After what felt like an eternity, the doors opened. The doors slid open. "Good morning, Mr. Tuttle," the elevator said as I stepped inside. "Floor, please?" "Lobby," I said hoarsely, and the elevator began to descend. Harry Tuttle was the name printed on my maintenance tech ID badge. I'd given the fictional Mr. Tuttle complete access to the entire building, then reprogrammed my indent anklet so that it was encoded with the Tuttle ID, making it function just like one of the security bracelets that maintenance techs wore. When the doors and elevators scanned me to make sure I had the proper security clearance, the anklet in my pocket told them that yes, I sure did, instead of doing what I was supposed to do, which was zap my ass with a few thousand volts and incapacitate me until the security guards arrived. I rode the elevator down in silence, trying not to stare at the camera mounted above the doors. Then, I realized the video being shot of me would be scrutinized when this was all over. Sorrento himself would probably see it, and so would his superior. So I looked directly onto the lens of the camera and smiled, and scratched the bridge of my nose with my middle finger. The elevator reached the lobby, and the door slid open. I half expected to see an army of security guards waiting for me outside, their guns leveled at my face. But there was only a crowd of IOI middle management drones waiting to get on the elevator. I stared at them blankly for a second, then stepped out of the car. It was like crossing the border into another country. A steady stream of over-caffeinated office workers scurried across the lobby and in and out of the elevators and exits. These were regular employees, not indents. They were allowed to go home at the end of their shifts. They could even quit if they wanted to. I wonder if it bothered any of them, knowing that thousands of indentured slaves lived and toiled here in the same building, just a few floors away from them. I spotted 2 security guards stationed near the reception desk and gave them a wide berth, weaving my way through the thick crowd, crossing the immense lobby to a long row of automatic glass doors that led outside, to freedom. I forced myself not to run as I pushed through the arriving workers. Just a maintenance tech here, folks, heading home after a long night of rebooting routers, that's all. Definitely not an indent making a daring escape with 10 zettabytes of stolen company data in his pocket. No siree. Halfway to the doors, I noticed an odd sound and glanced at my feet. I was still wearing my disposable plastic indent slippers. Each footfall made a shrill a shrill squeak on the waxed marble floor, standing out amid the rumble of sensible business footwear. Every step I took seemed to scream, "Hey, look! Over here! A guy in plastic slippers!" But I kept walking. I was almost to the doors when someone placed a hand on my shoulder. I froze. "Sir?" I heard someone say. It was a woman's voice. I almost bolted out the door, but something about the woman's tone stopped me. I turned and saw the concerned face of a tall woman in her mid-40s, dark blue business suit, briefcase. "Sir, your ear is bleeding," she pointed at it, wincing. "A lot." I reached up and touched my earlobe, and my hand came away red. At some point, the band-aids I'd applied had fallen off. I was paralyzed for a second, unsure of what to do. I wanted to give her an explanation, but couldn't think of one, so I simply nodded, muttered "thanks," and then turned around and as calmly as possible walked outside. The frozen morning wind was so fierce that it nearly knocked me over. When I regained my balance, I bounded down the tiered steps, pausing briefly to drop my anklet into a trash receptacle. I heard it hit the bottom with a satisfying thud. Once I reached the street, I headed north, walking as fast as my feet would carry me. I was somewhat conspicuous because I was the only person not wearing a coat of some kind. My feet quickly went numb because I also wasn't wearing socks under my plastic indent slippers. My entire body was shivering by the time I finally reached the warm confines of the mailbox, a post office box rental outlet located 4 blocks from the IOI Plaza. The week before my arrest, I'd rented a post office box here online and had top-of-the-line Oasis rigs shipped to it. The mailbox was completely automated, so there were no employees to contend with, and when I walked in, there were no customers either. I located my box, punched in the key code, and retrieved the portable Oasis rig. I sat down on the floor and ripped open the package right there. I rubbed my frozen hands together until the feeling returned to my fingers, then put on the gloves and visor and used the rig to log into the Oasis. Gregarious Simulation Systems was located less than a mile away, so I was able to use one of their complimentary wireless access points instead of one of the city nodes owned by IOI. My heart was pounding as I logged in. I'd been offline for 8 whole days, a personal record. As my avatar slowly materialized on my stronghold's observation deck, I looked down at my virtual body, admiring it like a favorite suit I hadn't worn in a while. A window immediately appeared on my display, informing me that I had received several messages from H and Shoto, and to my surprise, there was even a message from Arthremis. All 3 of them wanted to know where I was and what the hell had happened to me. I replied to Arthremis first. I told her that the Sixers knew who she was and where she lived, and that they had her under constant surveillance. I also warned her about their plans to abduct her from her home. I pulled a copy of her dossier off the flash drive and attached it to my message as proof. Then I politely suggested that she leave home immediately and get the hell out of Dodge. "Don't stop to pack a suitcase," I wrote. "Don't say goodbye to anyone. Leave right now and get somewhere safe. Make sure you aren't followed. Then find a secure, non-IOI controlled internet connection and get back online. I'll meet you in H's basement as soon as I can. Don't worry, I have some good news too." At the bottom of the message, I added a short postscript. "P.S. I think you look even more beautiful in real life." I sent similar emails to Shoto and H, minus the postscript, along with copies of their Sixer dossiers. Then I pulled to the United States Citizen Registry database and attempted to log in. To my great relief, the passwords I'd purchased still worked, and I was able to access the fake Bryce Lynch citizen profile I'd created. It now contained the ID photo taken during my internet processing, and the words "wanted fugitive" were superimposed over my face. IOI had already reported Mr. Lynch as an escaped indent. It didn't take me very long to completely erase the Bryce Lynch identity and copy my fingerprints and retinal patterns back over to my original citizen profile. When I logged out of the database a few minutes later, Bryce Lynch no longer existed. I was Wade Watts once again. I hailed an auto cab outside the mailbox, making sure to select one operated by a local cab company and not a super cab, which was a wholly owned subsidiary of IOI. When I got in, I held my breath as I pressed my thumb to the ID scanner. The display flashed green. The system recognized me as Wade Watts, not as a fugitive indent Bryce Lynch. "Good morning, Mr. Watts," the autocab said. "Where to?" I gave the cab the address of a clothing store on High Street close to the OSU campus. It was a place called Threads, which specialized in high-tech urban streetwear. I ran inside and bought a pair of jeans and a sweater. Both items were dichotomy wear, meaning they were wired for Oasis use. They didn't have haptics, but the pants and shirt could link up with my portable immersion rig, letting it know what I was doing with my torso, arms, and legs, making it easier to control my avatar than with a gloves-only interface. I also bought a few packs of socks and underwear, a simulated leather jacket, a pair of boots, and a black knit wool cap to cover my freezing, stubble-covered noggin. I emerged from the store a few minutes later, dressed my new threads. As the frigid wind enveloped me again, I zipped up my new jacket and pulled on the wool cap. Much better. I tossed the maintenance tech jumpsuit and plastic indent shoes in a trash can, then began to walk up High Street, scanning the storefronts. I kept my head down to avoid making eye contact with a stream of sullen university students filing past me. A few blocks later, I ducked into a Vendall franchise. Inside, there were rows of vending machines that sold everything under the sun. One of them, labeled Defense Dispenser, offered self-defense equipment, lightweight body armor, chemical repellents, and a wide selection of handguns. Is this Texas? You can buy a gun from a vending machine? Is this Texas? USA. I love America. I love America. I tapped the screen set into the front of the machine and scrolled through the catalog. After a moment's deliberation, I purchased a flak vest and a Glock 47C pistol along with 3 clips of ammo. I also bought a small canister of mace, then paid for everything by pressing my right palm to a hand scanner. My identity was verified and my criminal record was checked. Name, Wade Watts. Outstanding warrants? None. Credit rating? Excellent. Purchase restrictions? None. Transaction? Approved. Thank you for your business. I heard a heavy metallic thunk as my purchases slid into the steel tray near my knees. I pocketed the mace and put the flak vest on underneath my new shirt. Then I removed the Glock from its clear plastic blister packaging. This was the first time I'd ever held a real gun. Even so, the weapon felt familiar in my hands because I'd fired thousands of virtual firearms in the Oasis. I pressed a small button set into the barrel, and the gun emitted a tone. I held the pistol grip firmly for a few seconds, first in my right hand, then my left. The weapon emitted a second tone, letting me know it had finished scanning my handprints. I was now the only person who could fire it. The weapon had a built-in timer that would prevent it from firing for another 12 hours, a cooling-off period, but I still felt better having it on me. I walked to an Oasis parlor located a few blocks away, a franchise outlet called The Plug. The dingy backlit sign, which featured a smiling anthropomorphic fiber optic cable, promised lightning-fast Oasis access, cheap gear rental, and private immersion bays. Open 24/7, 365. I've seen a lot of banner ads for The Plug online. They had a reputation for high prices and outdated hardware, but their connections were supposed to be fast, reliable, and lag-free. For me, their major selling point was that they were one of the few Oasis parlor chains not owned by IOI or one of its subsidiaries. The motion detector emitted a beep as I stepped through the front door. There was a small waiting area off to my right, currently empty. The carpet was stained and worn, and the whole place reeked of industrial-strength disinfectant. A vacant-eyed clerk glanced up at me from behind a bulletproof plexiglass barrier. He was in his mid-20s with a mohawk and dozens of facial piercings. He was wearing a bifocal visor, which gave him a semi-transparent view of the Oasis while allowing him to see his real-world surroundings. When he spoke, I saw that his teeth had all been sharpened to points. "Welcome to The Plug," he said in a flat monotone voice. "We have several bays free, so there's no waiting. Package pricing information is displayed right there." He pointed to the display screen mounted on the counter directly in front of me. Then his eyes glazed over as he refocused his attention on the world inside his visor. I scanned my choices. A dozen immersion rigs were available, of varying quality and price. Economy, standard, deluxe. I was given detailed specs of each. You could rent by the minute or pay a flat hourly rate. A visor and a pair of haptic gloves were included in the rental price, but a haptic suit cost extra. The rental contract contained a lot of fine print about the additional charges you would incur if you damaged the equipment, and a lot of legalese stating that the plug could not be held responsible for anything you did under any circumstances, especially if it was something illegal. I'd like to rent one of the deluxe rigs for 12 hours, I said. The clerk raised his visor. You have to pay in advance, you realize? I nodded. I also want to rent a fat pipe connection. I need to upload a large amount of data to my account. Uploading costs extra. How much data? 10 zettabytes. Damn, he whispered. What are you uploading? The Library of Congress? I ignored the question. I also want the Mondo upgrade package, I said. Sure thing, the clerk replied warily. Your total comes to 11,000 big ones. Just put your thumb on the drum and we'll get you all fixed up. He looked more than a little surprised when the transaction cleared. Then he shrugged, handing me a key card, visor, and some gloves. Bay 14, last door on your right. The restroom is at the end of the hall. If you leave any kind of mess in the bay, we'll have to keep your deposit. Vomit, urine, semen, that kind of thing. And I'm the guy who has to clean up, so do me a solid and show some restraint, will ya? You got it. Enjoy. Thanks. Bay 14 was a soundproof 10x10 room with a late model haptic rig in the center. I locked the door behind me and climbed into the rig. The vinyl on the haptic chair was worn and cracked. I slid the data drive into a slot on the front of the Oasis console and smiled as it locked into place. Max? I said to the empty air once I logged back in. This booted up a backup copy of Max that I kept stored in my Oasis account. Max's smiling face appeared on all of my command center monitors. Hey there, compadre, he stuttered. How goes it? Things are looking up, pal. Now strap in. Got a lot of work to do. I opened my Oasis account manager and initiated the upload from my flash drive. I paid GSS a monthly fee for unlimited data storage on my account, and I was about to test its limits. Even using the plug's high bandwidth fiber optic connection, the total estimated upload time for 10 zettabytes of data was over 3 hours. So I reordered the upload sequence so the files I needed access to right away would get transferred first. As soon as data was uploaded to my Oasis account, I had immediate access to it and could also transfer it to other users instantaneously. First, I emailed all of the major news feeds a detailed account of how IOI had tried to kill me, how they had killed Dido, and how they were planning to kill Arthremis and Shoto. I attached one of the video clips I'd retrieved from the Sixer database to the message, the video camera footage of Dido's execution. I also attached a copy of the memo Sorrento had sent to the IOI board suggesting that they abduct Arthremis and Shoto. Finally, I attached the SIM cap of my Chatlink session with Sorrento, but I bleeped the part where he said my real name and blurred the image of my school photo. I wasn't yet ready to reveal my true identity to the world. I planned to release the unedited video later once the rest of my plan had paid out. Then, it wouldn't matter. I spent about 15 minutes composing one last email, which I addressed to every single Oasis user. Once I was happy with the wording, I stored it in my drafts folder. Then I logged into H's basement. When my avatar appeared inside the chat room, I saw that H, Arthremis, and Shoto were already there, waiting for me. You guys ready? You guys ready for the reunion?
Oh boy.
Avengers
gonna-
assemble.
He's gonna fucking spill his spaghetti all over the place.
Here we go. Z! H shouted as my avatar appeared. What the hell, man? Where have you been? I've been trying to reach you for over a week. So have I, Shoto added. Where were you? And how did you get those files from the Sixer database? It's a long story, I said. First things first. I addressed Shoto and Arthremis. Have you two left your homes? They both nodded. And you're each logged in from a safe location? Yes, Shoto said. I am in Manga Cafe right now. And I'm in a Vancouver airport, Arthremis said. It was the first time I'd heard her voice in months. I'm logged in from a germ-ridden public Oasis booth right now. I ran out of my house with nothing but the clothes on my back, so I hope that Sixer data you sent us is legit. It is, I said. Trust me. How can you be sure of that? Shoto asked. Because I hacked into the Sixer database and downloaded it myself. They all stared at me in silence. H raised an eyebrow. And how exactly did you manage that, Z? I assumed a fake identity, masqueraded as an indentured servant to infiltrate IOI's corporate headquarters. I've been there for the past 8 days. I just now escaped. Holy shit, Shoto whispered. Seriously? I nodded. Dude, you have balls of solid adamantium, H said. Respect. Thanks, I think. Let's not assume you're totally bullshitting us, Artemis said. How does a lowly indent get access to secret Sixer dossier files and company memos? I turned to face her. Indents had limited access to the company intranet via their Hab Unit entertainment system from behind the IOI firewall. From there, I was able to use a series of backdoors and system exploits left by the original programmers to tunnel through the network and hack directly into the Sixers' private database. Shoto looked at me in awe. You did that? All by yourself? That is correct, sir. It's a miracle they didn't catch you and kill you, Artemis said. Why would you take such a stupid risk? What do you think? To try and find a way to get through their shield and reach the third gate, I shrugged. It was the only plan I could come up with on such short notice. Z, H said, grinning, you are one crazy son of a bitch. He walked over and gave me a high five. But that's why I love you, man. Artemis scowled at me. Of course, when you found out they had secret files on each of us, you just couldn't resist looking at them, could you? I had to look at them, I said, to find out how much they knew about each of us. You would have done the same thing. She leveled a finger at me. No, I wouldn't have. I respect other people's privacy. Artemis, chill out, H interjected. He probably saved your life, you know. She seemed to consider this. Fine, she said. Forget it. But I could tell she was still pissed off. I didn't know what to say, so I kept plowing forward. I'm sending each of you a copy of all the Sixer data I smuggled out. 10 zettabytes of it. You should have it now. I waited while each of them checked their inbox. The size of their database on Halliday is unreal. His whole life is in there. They've collected interviews with everyone Halliday ever knew. It could take months to read through them all. I waited for a few minutes, watching their eyes scan over the data. Whoa, Shoto said. This is incredible. He looked over at me. How the hell did you escape from IOI with all this stuff? By being extra sneaky. H is right, Artemis said, shaking her head. You are certifiably nuts. She hesitated for a second, then added, Thanks for the warning, Z. I owe you one. I opened my mouth to say you're welcome, but no words came out. Yes, Shoto said. So did I. Thanks. Don't mention it, guys, I finally managed to say. Well, H said, hit it with the bad news already. How close are the Sixers to clearing the third gate? Dig this, I said, grinning. They haven't even figured out how to open it yet. Artemis and Shoto stared at me in disbelief. H smiled wide, then began to bob his head and press his palms to the sky as if dancing to some unheard rave track. Oh yes, he sang. You're kidding, right? Shoto asked. I shook my head. You're not kidding? Artemis said. How is that possible? Sorrento has the crystal key and he knows where the gate is. All he has to do is open the damn thing and step inside, right? That was true for the first 2 gates, I replied. But gate 3 is different. I opened a large vid feed window in the air beside me. Check this out. It's from the Sixers video archive. It's a vid cap of their first attempt to open the gate. I hit play. The video clip opened with a shot of Sorrento's avatar standing outside the front gates of Castle Anorak. The castle's front entrance, which had been impregnable for so many years, swung open as Sorrento approached, like an automatic door at a supermarket. The castle entrance will open for an avatar who holds a copy of the crystal key, I explained. If an avatar doesn't hold a copy of the key, he can't cross the threshold and enter the castle, even if the doors are already opened. We all watched the vidcap as Sorrento passed through the entrance and into the large gold-lined foyer that lay beyond. Sorrento's avatar crossed the polished floor and approached the large crystal door set into the north wall. There was a keyhole in the very center of the door, and directly above it, 3 words were etched into the door's glittering faceted surface: charity, hope, faith. Sorrento stepped forward, holding out his copy of the crystal key. He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. Nothing happened. Sorrento glanced up at the 3 words printed on the gate. Charity, hope, faith, he said, reading them aloud. Once again, nothing happened. Sorrento removed the key, recited the 3 words again, then reinserted the key and turned it. Still nothing. I studied H, Arthremis, and Shoto as they watched the video. Their excitement and curiosity had already shifted into concentration as they attempted to solve the puzzle before them. I paused the video. Whenever Sorrento is logged in, he has a team of consultants and researchers watching his every move. You can hear their voices on some of the vidcaps, feeding him suggestions and advice through his comlink. So far, they haven't had much help. Watch. So far, they haven't been much help. Watch. On the video, Sorrento was making another attempt to open the gate. He did exactly as before, except this time, when he inserted the crystal key, he turned it counterclockwise instead of clockwise. They try every asinine thing you can imagine, he said. Sorrento recites the words on the gate in Latin, and Elvish, and Klingon. Then they get hung up on reciting 1 Corinthians 13:13, a Bible verse that contains the words charity, hope, and faith. Apparently, charity, hope, and faith are also the names of 3 martyred Catholic saints. The Sixers have been trying to attach some significance to that for the past few days. Morons, H said. Halliday was an atheist. They're getting desperate now, I said. Sorrento has tried everything but genuflecting, doing a little dance, and sticking his pinky finger in the keyhole. That's probably next up on his agenda. Wait, that probably next up on his agenda, Shoto said, grinning. Charity, hope, faith, Artemis said, reciting the words slowly. She turned me. Where do I know that from? Yeah, H said. Those words do sound familiar. It took me a while to place them too, I said. They all looked at me expectantly. Say them in reverse order, I suggested. Better yet, sing them in reverse order. Arthremis's eyes narrowed. Faith, hope, charity, she said. She repeated them a few times, recognition growing in her face. Then she sang. Faith and hope and charity. H picked up the next line. The heart and the brain and the body. Give you 3 as a magic number, Shoto finished triumphantly. Schoolhouse Rock! They all shouted in unison. See? I said. I knew you guys would get it. You're a smart bunch. 3 is a magic number. Music and lyrics by Bob Dorough, Arthremis recited, as if pulling the information from a mental encyclopedia. Written in 1973. I smiled at her. I have a theory. I think this might be Halliday's way of telling us how many keys are required to open the 3rd gate. Arthremis grinned, then sang, It takes 3. No more, no less, continued Shoto. You don't have to guess, added H. 3, I finished, is the magic number. I took out my own copy of the crystal key and held it up. The others did the same. We have 4 copies of the key. If at least 3 of us can reach the gate, we can get it open. What then? H asked. Do we all enter the gate at the same time? What if only one of us can enter the gate at once it's open? What if only one of us can enter the gate once it's open? Arthremis said. I doubt Halliday would have set it up like that. Who knows what that crazy bastard was thinking, Arthremis said. He's toyed with us every step of the way, and now he's doing it again. Why else would it require 3 copies of the crystal key to open the final gate? Maybe because he wanted to force us to work together, I suggested. Or he just wanted the contest to end with a big, dramatic finale, H offered. Think about it. If 3 avatars enter the gate at the exact same moment, then it becomes a race to see who can clear the gate and reach the egg first. Halliday was one crazy, sadistic bastard, Artemis muttered. Yeah, H said, nodding. You got that right. Look at it this way, Shoto said. If Halliday hadn't set up the third gate to require tree key, the Sixers might have already found an egg by now. But the Sixers have a dozen avatars with copies of the crystal key, H said. They could open the gate right now if they were smart enough to figure it out. Dilettantes, Artemis said. It's their own fault for not knowing all of the Schoolhouse Rock lyrics by heart. How did those fools even get this far? By cheating, I said. Remember? Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting. She grinned at me. I felt my knees go all rubbery. Just because the Sixers haven't opened the gate yet doesn't mean they won't figure it out eventually, Shoto said. I nodded. Shoto's right. Sooner or later, they'll make the Schoolhouse Rock connection, so we can't waste any more time. What are we waiting for? Shoto said excitedly. We know where the gate is and how to open it, so let's do it, and may the best beater win. You're forgetting something, Shoto-san, H said. Parzival here still hasn't told us how we're going to get past that shield, fight our way through the Sixers' army, and get inside the castle. He turned to me. You do have a plan for that, don't you, Z? Of course, I said. I was just getting to that. I made a sweeping gesture with my right hand, and a 3-dimensional hologram of Castle Anorak appeared, floating in the air in front of me. The transparent blue sphere generated by the Orb of Osavox appeared inside the castle, surrounding it both above and below ground. I pointed to it. This shield is going to drop on its own at noon on Monday, about 36 hours from now, and then we're going to walk right through the castle's front entrance. The shield is going to drop on its own? Artemis repeated. The clans have been lobbing nukes at that sphere for the past 2 weeks, and they haven't even scratched it. How are you going to get it to drop on its own? I've already taken care of it, I said. You guys are gonna have to trust me. I trust you, Z, H said. But even if that shield does drop to reach the castle, we'll still have to fight our way through the largest army in the Oasis. He pointed to the hologram, which showed the Sixer troop positions around the castle, just inside the sphere. What about those fools, and their tanks, and their gunships? Obviously, we're going to need a little help, I said. A lot of help, Artemis clarified. And who exactly are we going to convince to help us wage war against the entire Sixer army? H asked. Everyone, I said. Every single beater on the grid. I opened another window, displaying the brief email I'd composed just before logging into the basement. I'm going to send this message out tonight to every single Oasis user. Fellow beaters, it is a dark day. After years of deception, exploitation, and knavery, the Sixers have finally managed to buy and cheat their way to the entrance of the third gate. As you know, IOI has barricaded Castle Anorak in an attempt to prevent anyone else from reaching the egg. We've also learned that they've used illegal methods to uncover the identities of beaters they consider a threat, with the intention of abducting and murdering them. If beaters around the world don't join forces to stop the Sixers, they will reach the egg and win the contest. And then the Oasis will fall under IOI's imperialist rule. The time is now. Our assault on the Sixer army will begin tomorrow at noon OST. Join us. Sincerely, H, Artemis, Parzival, and Shoto. Knavery, Artemis said after she finished reading it. Were you using a thesaurus when you wrote this? I was trying to make it sound, grand, I said. Official. Me like easy, H said. It really gets the blood stirring. Thanks, H. So that's it? This is your plan? Artemis said. Spam the entire Oasis asking for help? More or less, yeah. That's the plan. And you really think everyone will just show up and help us fight the Sixers? She said. Just for the hell of it? Yeah, I said. I do. H is right. H nodded. He's right. No one wants the Sixers to win the contest, and they definitely don't want IOI to take control of the Oasis. People will jump at a chance to help bring the Sixers down. And what beater is going to pass up a chance to fight in such an epic, history-making battle? But won't the clans think we're just trying to manipulate them? Shoto said, so that we can reach the gate ourselves? Of course, I said. Most of them have already given up. Everyone knows the end of the hunt is at hand. Don't you think most people would rather see one of us win the contest instead of Sorrento and the Sixers? Arthur considered it for a moment. You're right. That email might just work. Z, H said, slapping me on the back. You are an evil, sublime genius. When that email goes out, the media will go apeshit. The word will spread like wildfire. By this time tomorrow, every avatar in the Oasis will be head for Chthonian. Let's hope you're right, I said. They'll show up, all right, Arthur said. But how many of them will actually fight once they see what we're up against? Most of them will probably set up lawn chairs and eat popcorn while they watch us get our asses kicked. That's definitely a possibility, I said. But the clans will help us for sure. They've got nothing to lose. And we don't have to defeat the entire Sixer army. We just have to punch a hole through it, get inside the castle, and reach the gate. 3 of us have to reach the gate, H said. If only 1 or 2 of us make it inside, we're screwed. Correct, I said. So we should all try extremely hard not to get killed. Arthremus and H both laughed nervously. Shoto just shook his head. Even if we get the gate open, we still have to contend with the gate itself, he said. It's bound to be harder to clear than the first 2. Let's worry about the gate later, I said, once we reach it. Fine, Shoto said. Let's do this thing. I second that, H said. So you 2 are actually gonna go along with this? Arthurine said. You got a better idea, sister? H asked. She shrugged. No, not really. Okay then, H said. It's settled. I closed the email. I'm sending each of you a copy of this message, I said. Start sending it out tonight to everyone on your contact list. Post it on your blogs. Broadcast it on your POV channels. We've got 36 hours to spread the word. That should be enough for everyone to gear up and get their avatars to Chthonian. As soon as the Sixers catch wind of this, they'll start preparing for an assault, Arthremus said. They're gonna pull out all the stops. They might just laugh it off, I said. They think their shield is impregnable. It is, Arthremus said. So I hope you're right about being able to shut it down. Don't worry. Why should I be worried? Arthremus snapped. Maybe you've forgotten, but I'm homeless and on the run for my life right now. I'm currently logged in from a public terminal at an airport, paying for bandwidth by the minute. I can't fight a war from here, much less try to clear the third gate, and I don't have anywhere to go. Shoto nodded. I don't think I can stay where I am either. I'm in a rented booth at a public manga cafe in Osaka. I don't have much privacy, and I don't think it's safe for me to stay here if the Sixers have agents looking out for me. Arthremus looked at me. Any suggestions? I hate to break it to you guys, but I'm homeless and logged in from a public terminal right now too, I said. I've been hiding out from the Sixers for over a year, remember? I've got an RV, H said. You're all welcome to crash with me, but I don't think I can make it to Columbus, Vancouver, and Japan in the next 36 hours. I think I might be able to help you guys out, a deep voice said. We all jumped and turned around just in time to see a tall, male, gray-haired avatar appear directly behind us. It was a great and powerful Ogden Morrow's avatar, and he didn't materialize slowly the way an avatar normally did when logging into a chat room. He simply popped into existence, as if he had been here all along, and only now decided to make himself visible. Have any of you ever been to Oregon? He said. It's lovely this time of year. We all stared at Ogden Morrow in stunned silence. How did you get in here? H finally asked once he managed to pick his jaw up off the floor. This is a private chat room, you know. Yes, I know, Morrow said, looking a bit embarrassed. I'm afraid I've been eavesdropping on the 4 of you for quite some time now. and I hope you'll accept my sincere apologies for invading your privacy. I only did it with the best intentions, I promise you. With all due respect, sir, Arthur said, you didn't answer his question. How did you gain access to this chat room without an invitation, and without any of us even knowing you were here? Forgive me, he said. I can see why this might concern you, but you needn't worry. My avatar has many unique powers, including the ability to enter private chat rooms uninvited. As Morrow spoke, he walked over to one of H's bookshelves and began to browse through some vintage role-playing game supplements. Prior to the original launch of the Oasis, when Jim and I created our avatars, we gave ourselves super user access to the entire simulation. In addition to being immortal and invincible, our avatars could go pretty much anywhere and do pretty much anything. Now that Anorak is gone, my avatar is the only one with these powers. He turned to face the four of us. No one else has the ability to eavesdrop on you, especially not the Sixers. Oasis chat room encryption protocols are rock solid, I assure you. He chuckled lightly, my presence here notwithstanding. You knocked over that stack of comic books, I said to H. After our first meeting here, remember? I told you it was in a software glitch. Og nodded and gave us a guilty shrug. That was me. I can be pretty clumsy at times. There was another brief silence, during which I finally worked up the courage to speak to Morrow directly. Mr. Morrow, I began. Please, Mr. Morrow said, raising his hand. Call me Og. All right, I said, laughing nervously. Even under the circumstances, I was completely starstruck. I couldn't believe I was actually addressing the Ogden Morrow. Og, would you mind telling us why you've been eavesdropping on us? Because I wanted to help you, he replied. And from what I heard a moment ago, it sounds as though you could all use my help. We all exchanged nervous looks, and Og seemed to detect our skepticism. Please, don't misunderstand me, he continued. I'm not going to give you any clues or provide you with any information to help you reach the egg. That would ruin all the fun, wouldn't it? He walked back over to us, and his tone turned serious. Just before I died, I promised Jim that, in his absence, I would do everything I could to protect the spirit and integrity of his contest. That's why I'm here. But sir, Og, I said, in your autobiography, you wrote that you and James Halliday didn't speak during the last 10 years of his life. Morrow gave me an amused smile. Come on, kid, he said. You can't believe everything you read. He laughed. Actually, that statement was mostly true. I didn't speak with Jim for the last decade of his life, not until just a few weeks before he died. He paused, as if calling up the memory. At the time, I didn't even know he was sick. He just called me up out of the blue, and we met in a private chat room, much like this one. Then he told me about his illness, the contest, and what he had planned. He was worried there might still be bugs in the gates, or that complications might arise after he was gone that would prevent the contest from proceeding as he intended. You mean, like the Sixers? Shoto asked. Exactly, Og said, like the Sixers. So Jim asked me to monitor the contest and to intervene if it ever became necessary. He scratched his beard. To be honest, I didn't really want the responsibility, but it was the dying wish of my oldest friend, so I agreed. And for the past 6 years, I've watched from the sidelines. And even though the Sixers have done everything to stack the odds against you, somehow you four have persevered. But now, after hearing you describe your current circumstances, I think the time has finally come for me to take action to maintain the integrity of Jim's game. Arthur, Shoto, H, and I all exchanged looks of amazement, as if seeking reassurance from one another that this was all really happening. I want to offer the four of you sanctuary at my home here in Oregon, Og said. From here, you'll be able to execute your plan and complete your quest in safety without having to worry about Sixer agents tracking you down and kicking in your door. I can provide each of you with a state-of-the-art immersion rig, a fiber optic connection to the Oasis, and everything you might need. Another stunned silence. Thank you, sir, I finally blurted out, resisting the urge to fall to my knees and bow repeatedly. It's the least I can do. That is an incredibly kind offer, Mr. Morrow, Shoto said, but I live in Japan. I know, Shoto, Og said. I've already chartered a private jet for you. It's waiting at the Osaka airport. If you send me your current location, I'll arrange for a limo to pick you up and take you to the runway. Shoto was speechless for a second. Then he bowed low. Arigato, Maru-san. Don't mention it, kid. He turned to Artemis. Young lady, I understand that you're currently at the Vancouver airport. I've made travel arrangements for you as well. A driver is currently waiting for you in the baggage claim area holding a sign with the name Benatar on it. He'll take you to the plane I've chartered for you. For a second, I thought Artemis might bow too, but then she ran over and threw her arms around Og in a bear hug. Thank you, Og, she said. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, you're welcome, my dear, he said with an embarrassed laugh. When she finally released him, he turned to H and me. H, I understand that you have a vehicle and that you're currently in the vicinity of Pittsburgh. H nodded. If you wouldn't mind driving to Columbus to retrieve your friend Parsifal here, I'll arrange for a jet to pick up both of you at the Columbus airport. That is, if you boys don't mind sharing a ride. No, that sounds perfect, H said, glancing at me sideways. Thanks, Og. Yes, thank you, I repeated. You're a lifesaver. I hope so. He gave me a grim smile, then turned to address everyone. Safe travels, all of you. I will see you soon. Then he vanished, just as quickly as he'd appear. Well, this blows, I said, turning to H. Artemis and Shoto get limos and have to bum a ride to the airport with your ugly ass in some shit heap RV? It's not a shit heap. It's not a shit heap. Shit heap, H said, laughing. And you're welcome to take a cab, asshole. Well, this is going to be interesting, I said, stealing a quick glance at Artemis. The four of us are finally going to meet in person. It will be an honor, Shoto said. I'm looking forward to it. Yes, Artemis said, locking eyes with me. I can't wait. After Shoto and Artemis logged out, I gave H my current location. It's a plug franchise. Call me when you get here, and I'll meet you out front. Will do, he said. Listen. I should warn you. I don't look anything like my avatar. So? Who does? I'm not really this tall or muscular, and my nose is slightly bigger. I'm just warning you. Meeting me might be kind of a shock for you. Okay. Then why don't you just tell me what you look like right now? I'm already on the road, he said, ignoring my question. I'll see you in a few hours, okay? Alright, okay. Drive safe, amigo. Despite what I'd said to H, knowing I was about to meet him in person after all these years made me more nervous than I wanted to admit, but it was nothing compared to the apprehension I already felt building inside me at the prospect of meeting Artemis once he reached Oregon. Yo, my guy is about to meet up with his bro, and the only thing he can think about is who he's simping for? You for real right now?
Yo, he's down bad, okay?
Fuck this guy. What the?
That's what we've been saying this whole time, Tuna.
I can't
This guy
believe this
sucks.
shit. I can't believe this shit.
What do you mean? This is the next best character since Kirito, dude.
Whoa, you can't
no.
fucking say that, dude. No, he's not as anywhere as good as our Lord and Savior. Don't.
Kirito is like quadruple S, and Wade is like maybe an F.
Yeah, come on, dude.
Minus.
Don't even joke about that kind of bullshit. Trying to picture the actual moment filled me with a mixture of excitement and abject terror. What would she be like in person? Was the photo I'd seen in her file actually a fake? Did I still have any chance with her at all? With a Herculean effort, I managed to put her out of my mind by forcing myself to focus on the approaching battle. As soon as I logged out of H's basement, I sent out my call to arms email as a global announcement to every Oasis user. Knowing most of those emails wouldn't get through the spam filters, I also posted it to every beater message board. Then I made a short vidcap recording of my avatar reading it aloud and set it to run on a continuous loop on my POV channel. The word spread quickly. Within an hour, our plan to assault Castle Anorak was the top story on every single newsfeed, accompanied by headlines like "Beaters declare all-out war on the Sixers" and "Top beaters accuse IOI of kidnapping and murder" and "Is the hunt for Halliday's egg finally over?" Some of the news feed, Jesus, some of the news feeds were already running the video clip of Dido's murder I'd sent them, along with the text of Sorrento's memo, citing an anonymous source for both. So far, IOI had declined to comment on either. By now, Sorrento would know I'd somehow gained access to the Sixers' private database. I wish I'd seen his face when he learned how I'd done it, that I'd spent an entire week just a few floors below his office. I spent the next few hours outfitting my avatar and preparing myself mentally for what was to come. When I could no longer keep my eyes open, I decided to catch a quick nap while I waited for H to arrive. I disabled the auto logout feature on my account, then drifted off in the haptic chair with my new jacket draped over me as a blanket, clutching in one hand the pistol I'd purchased earlier that day. I woke with a start sometime later to the sound of H's ringtone. He was calling to let me know he'd arrived outside. I climbed out of the rig, collected my things, and returned the rented gear at the front desk. When I stepped out into the street, I saw that night had fallen. The frozen air hit me like a bucket of ice water. H's tiny RV was just a few yards away, parked at the curb. It was a mocha-colored Sunrider, about 20 feet long and at least 2 decades old. A patchwork of solar cells covered the RV's roof and most of its body, along with a liberal amount of rust. The windows were tinted black, so I couldn't see inside. I took a deep breath and crossed the slush-covered sidewalk, feeling a strange combination of dread and excitement. As I approached the RV, a door near the center of the right side slid open, and a short stepladder extended to the pavement. I climbed inside, and the door slid shut behind me. I found myself in the RV's tiny kitchen. It was dark, except for the running lights set into the carpeted floor. To my left, I saw a small bedroom area at the back, wedged into a loft above the RV's battery compartment. I turned and walked slowly across the darkened kitchen, then pulled back the beaded curtain covering the doorway to the cab. A heavy-set African-American girl sat in the RV's driver's seat, clutching the wheel tightly and staring straight ahead. She was about my age, with short, kinky hair and chocolate-colored skin that appeared iridescent in the soft glow of the dashboard indicators. She was wearing a vintage Rush 2112 concert t-shirt, and the numbers were warped around her large bosom. She also had on faded black jeans and a pair of studded combat boots. She appeared to be shivering even though it was nice and warm in the cab. I stood there for a moment, staring at her in silence, waiting for her to acknowledge my presence. Eventually, she turned and smiled at me, and it was a smile I recognized immediately. That Cheshire grin I'd seen thousands of times before on the face of H's avatar during the countless nights we'd spent together in the Oasis, telling bad jokes and watching bad movies. And her smile wasn't the only thing I found familiar. I also recognized the set of her eyes and the lines of her face. There was no doubt in my mind. The young woman sitting in front of me was my best friend, H. A wave of emotion washed over me. Shock gave way to a sense of betrayal. How could she deceive me all these years? I felt my face flush with embarrassment as I remembered all the adolescent intimacies I'd shared with H. A person I trusted implicitly, someone I thought I knew. When I didn't say anything, her eyes dropped to her boots and stayed on them. I sat down heavily in the passenger seat. Still staring over at her, still unsure of what to say. She kept stealing glances at me. Then her eyes would dart away nervously. She was still trembling. Whatever anger or betrayal I felt quickly evaporated. I couldn't help myself. I started to laugh. There was no meanness to it, I knew she could tell that because her shoulder relaxed a bit and she let out a relieved sigh. Then she started to laugh too, half laughing and half crying. I thought, "Hey H," I said once our laughter subsided. "How goes it?" It going good, Z, she said. All sunshine and rainbows. Her voice was familiar too, just not quite as deep as it was online. All this time, she'd been using software to describe it. No, she's texting now. She's texting now. I'll do a really bad fake cowboy voice for her. I can't do a Bonix. I can't do a Bonix. I never I've literally I can tell you straight up, I grew up in a Mexican neighborhood. The only races around were Mexicans. And half the time I like didn't even listen to them because they're just saying a bunch of trash, so there's nothing to really think about. Well, I said, look at us. Here we are. Yeah, H replied. Here we are. An uncomfortable silence descended. I hesitated a moment, unsure of what to do. Then I followed my instincts and crossed the space between us and put my arms around her. It's good to see you, old friend. Thanks for coming to get me. She returned a hug. It's good to see you too, she said, and I could tell she meant it. I let go of her and stepped back. Christ, H, I said, smiling. I knew you were hiding something, but I never imagined. What? She said a bit defensively. You never imagined what? That the famous H, renowned beater and the most feared and ruthless arena combatant in the entire Oasis was in reality, fat black chick? I was going to say young African American woman. Her expression darkened. There are reasons I never told you no. And I'm sure it was a good one, I said. But it really doesn't matter. It don't? Of course not. You're my best friend, H. My only friend, to be honest. Well, I still want to explain. Okay, but can it wait until we're in the air? I said. We've still got a long way to travel, and I'll feel a lot safer once we've left the city in the dust. Well, on our way, amigo, she said, putting the RV in gear. Oh no. H followed Ogg's directions to a private hangar near the Columbus airport where a small luxury jet was waiting for us. Ogg had arranged for H's RV to be stored in a nearby hangar, but it had been her home for many years, and I could tell she was nervous about leaving it behind. We both stared at the jet in wonder as we approached it. I'd never seen airplanes in the sky before, of course. I'd seen airplanes in the sky before, of course, but I never seen one up close. Traveling by jet was something only rich people could afford. That Ogg could afford to charter 3 different jets to retrieve us without batting an eyelash was a testament to just how insanely wealthy he must be. The jet was completely automated, so there was no crew on board. We were all alone. The placid voice of the autopilot welcomed us aboard. Then we were told to strap in and prepare for takeoff. We were up in the air within minutes. It was the first time either of us had ever flown. We both spent the first hour of the flight staring out the windows, overwhelmed by the view as we hurtled westward through the atmosphere at 10,000 feet on our way to Oregon. Finally, when some of the novelty had worn off, I could tell H was ready to talk. Okay, H, I said. Tell me your story. She flashed her Cheshire grin and took a deep breath. Whole thing was originally my mother's idea, she said. Then she launched into an abbreviated version of her story. Her real name, she said, was Helen Harris, and she was only a few months older than I was. She had grown up in Atlanta, raised by a single mother. Her father had died in Afghanistan when she was still a baby. Her mother, Marie, worked from home in an online data processing center. In Marie's opinion, the Oasis was the best thing that had ever happened to both women and people of color. From the very start, Marie had used a white male avatar to conduct all of her online business because of the marked difference it made in how she was treated and the opportunities she was given. When H first logged into the Oasis, she followed her mother's advice and created a Caucasian male avatar. H had been her mother's nickname for her since she was a baby, so she decided to use it as the name of her online persona. A few years later, when she started attending school online, her mother lied about her daughter's race and gender on the application. H was required to provide a photo for a school profile, so she submitted a photorealistic rendering of her male avatar's face, which she modeled after her own features. H told me she hadn't seen or spoken to her mother since leaving home on her 18th birthday. That was the day H had finally come out to her mother about her sexuality. At first, her mother refused to believe she was gay, but then Helen revealed she'd been dating a girl she met online for nearly a year. As H explained all of this, I could tell she was studying my reaction. I wasn't all that surprised, really. Over the past few years, H and I had discussed our mutual admiration for the female form on numerous occasions. I was actually relieved to know that H hadn't been deceiving me, at least not on that account. How did your mother react when she found out you had a girlfriend? I asked. Well, turns out my mother had her own set of deep-seated prejudices, H said. She kicked me out of the house and said she never wanted to see me again. I was homeless for a little while, lived in serious shelters. Eventually, earned enough competing in the Oasis Arena leagues, buy my RV. Been living in it ever since. Usually stop moving when the RV's batteries need a recharge. As we continued to talk, going through the motions of getting to know each other, I realized we already did know each other as well as any two people could. We'd known each other for years in the most intimate way possible. We connected on a purely mental level. I understood her, trusted her, and loved her as a dear friend. None of that had changed, or could be changed by anything as inconsequential as her gender, or skin color, or sexual orientation. The rest of the flight seemed to go by in a blink. H and I quickly fell into our old familiar rhythm, and before long it was like we were back in the basement, trash talking each other over a game of Quake or Joust. Hey, there's a Quake name drop. Any fears I had about the resiliency of our friendship in the real world had vanished by the time our jet touched down on Ogg's private runway in Oregon. We'd been flying west across the country just a few hours ahead of the sunrise, so it was still dark when we landed. H and I both froze in our tracks as we stepped off the plane, gazing in wonder at the scene around us. Even in the dim moonlight, the view was breathtaking. The dark, towering silhouettes of the Wallowa Mountains surrounded us on all sides. Rows of blue runway lights stretched out along the valley floor behind us, delineating Ogg's private landing strip. Directly ahead, a steep cobblestone staircase at the edge of the runway led up to a grand floodlit mansion constructed on a plateau near the base of the mountain range. Several waterfalls were visible in the distance, spilling off the peaks beyond Morrow's mansion. It looked just like Rivendell, H said, taking the words right out of my mouth. I nodded. It looks exactly like Rivendell in the Lord of the Rings movies, I said, still staring up at it in awe. Ogg's wife was a big Tolkien fan, remember? He built this place for her. We heard an electronic hum behind us as the jet's staircase retracted and the hatch closed. The engines powered back up and the jet rotated, preparing to take off again. We stood and watched it launch back into the clear, starry sky. Then we turned and began to mount the staircase leading up to the house. When we finally reached the top, Ogden Morrow was there, awaiting for us. Welcome, my friends, Ogg bellowed, extending both his hands in greeting. He was dressed in a plaid bathrobe and bunny slippers. Welcome to my home. Thank you, sir, H said. Thanks for inviting us here. Ah, you must be H, he replied, clasping her hand. If he was surprised by her appearance, he didn't show. I recognize your voice. He gave her a wink, followed by a bear hug. Then he turned and hugged me too. And you must be Parzival. Welcome, welcome. It's truly an honor to meet you both. The honor is ours, I said. We really can't thank you enough for helping us. You've already thanked me enough, so stop it, he said. He turned and led us across an expansive green lawn toward his enormous house. I can't tell you how good it is to have visitors. Sad to say, I've been all alone here since Kira died. He was silent a moment. Then he laughed. Alone, except for my cooks, maids, and gardeners, of course. But they all live here too, so they don't really count as visitors. Neither I nor H knew how to reply, so we just kept smiling and nodding. Eventually, I worked up the courage to speak. Have the others arrived yet? Shoto and Arthemis? Something about the way I said Arthemis made Morrow chuckle long and loud. After a few seconds, I realized H was laughing at me too. What? I said. What's so funny? Yes, Og said, grinning. R3 arrived for several hours ago, and Shoto's plane got here about 30 minutes before you arrived. Uh, are we going to meet them now? I asked, doing an extremely poor job hiding my apprehension. Og shook his head. Arthur felt that meeting you two right now would be an unnecessary distraction. She wanted to wait until after the big event, and Shoto seemed to agree. He studied for a moment. It probably is for the best, you know. You've all got a big day ahead of you. I nodded, feeling a strange combination of relief and disappointment. Where are they now? H asked. Og raised a fist triumphantly in the air. They're already logged in, preparing for your assault on the Sixers. His voice echoed across the grounds and off the high stone walls of his mansion. Follow me! The hour draws near. Og's enthusiasm pulled me back into the moment, and I felt a nervous knot form in the pit of my stomach. We followed our bathrobed benefactor across the expansive moonlit courtyard. As we approached the main house, we passed a small gated-in garden filled with flowers. The garden was in a strange location, and I couldn't figure out its purpose until I saw a large tombstone at its center. Then I realized it must be Kuramoro's grave, but even in the bright moonlight, it was still too dark for me to make out the inscription on the headstone. Og led us through the mansion's lavish front entrance. The lights were off inside, but instead of turning them on, Morrow took an honest-to-God torch off the wall and used it to illuminate our way. Even in dim torchlight, the grandeur of the place amazed me. Giant tapestries and a huge collection of fantasy artwork covered the walls, while gargoyle statues and suits of armor lined the hallways. As we followed Og, I worked up enough courage to speak to him. Listen, I know this probably isn't the time, I said, but I'm a huge fan of your work. I grew up playing Halcydonia Interactive's educational games. They taught me how to read, write, do math, solve puzzles. I proceeded to ramble on as we walked, raving about all my favorite Halcydonia titles and geeking out on Og in a classically embarrassing fashion. H must have thought I was brown-nosing because she snickered throughout my stammering monologue, but Og was very cool about it. That's very wonderful to hear, he said, seeming genuinely pleased. My wife and I were very proud of those games. I'm so glad you have fond memories of them. We rounded a corner, and H and I both froze before the entrance of a giant room filled with row after row of old video games. We both knew it must be James Halliday's classic video game collection, the collection he'd willed to Morrow after his death. Og glanced around, saw us lingering by the entrance, then hurried back to retrieve us. I promise to give you a tour later, when all the excitement is over, Og said, his breathing a bit labored. He was moving quickly for a man his age and size. He led us down a spiral stone staircase to an elevator that carried us down several more floors to Og's basement. The decor here was much more modern. We followed Og through a maze of carpeted hallways until we reached a row of 7 circular doorways, each numbered. And here we are, Morrow said, gesturing with a torch. These are my Oasis immersion bays. They're all top-of-the-line Habesha rigs, OTR 9400s. 9400? No kidding? H let out a low whistle. Wicked. Where are the others? I asked, looking around nervously. Arthur and Shoto are already in bays 2 and 3, he said. Bay 1 is mine. You two can take your pick of the others. I stared at the doors, wondering which one Arthur was behind. Og motioned to the end of the hall. You'll find haptic suits of all sizes in the dressing rooms. Now, get yourself suited and booted. He smiled wide when H and I emerged from the dressing rooms a few minutes later, each dressed in brand new haptic suits and gloves. Excellent, Og said. Now, grab a bay and log in. The clock is ticking. H turned to face me. I could tell she wanted to say something, but words seemed to fail her. After a few seconds, she stuck out her gloved hand. I took it. Good luck, H, I said. Good luck, Z, she replied. Then she turned to Og and said, Thanks again, Og. Before she could respond, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. Then she disappeared through the door to Bay 4 and it hissed shut behind her. Og grinned after her, then turned to face me. The whole world is rooting for the 4 of you. Try not to let them down. We'll do our best. I know you will. He offered me his hand, and I shook it. I took a step toward my immersion bay, then turned back. Og, can I ask you one question? I said. He raised an eyebrow. If you're going to ask me what's inside the third gate, I have no idea, he said. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You should know that. I shook my head. No, that's not it. I wanted to ask what it was that ended your friendship with Halliday. In all the research I've done, I've never been able to find out. What happened? Morrow studied me for a moment. He'd been asked this question in interviews many times before and had always ignored it. I don't know why he decided to tell me. Maybe he'd been waiting all these years to tell someone. It was because of Kira, my wife. He paused for a moment, then cleared his throat and continued. Like me, he'd been in love with her. He'd been in love with her since high school. Of course, he never had the courage to act on it, so she never knew how he felt about her, and neither did I. He didn't tell me about it until the last time I spoke to him, right before he died. Even then, it was hard for him to communicate with me. Jim was never very good with people or with expressing his emotions. I nodded silently and waited for him to continue. Even after Kira and I got engaged, I think Jim still harbored some fantasy of stealing her away from me. But once we got married, he abandoned that notion. He told me he stopped speaking to me because of the overwhelming jealousy he felt. Kira was the only woman he ever loved. Morrow's voice caught in his throat. I can understand why Jim felt that way. Kira was very special. It was impossible not to fall in love with her. He smiled at me. You know what it's like to meet someone like that, don't you? I do, I said. Then, when I realized he had no more to say on the subject, I said, Thank you, Mr. Morrow. Thank you for telling me all of that. You're quite welcome, he said. Then he walked over to his immersion bay, and the door irised open. Inside, I could see his rig had been modified to include several strange components, including an Oasis console modeled to look like a vintage Commodore 64. He glanced back at me. Good luck, Parzival. You're going to need it. What are you going to do during the fight? Sit back and watch, of course, he said. This looks to be the most epic battle in video game history. He grinned at me one last time, then stepped through the door and was gone, leaving me alone in the dimly lit hallway. I spent a few minutes thinking about everything Morrow had told me. Then I walked over to my own immersion bay and stepped inside. It was a small spherical room. A gleaming haptic chair was suspended on a jointed hydraulic arm attached to the ceiling. There was no omnidirectional treadmill because the room itself served that function. While you were logged in, you could walk or run in any direction, and the sphere would rotate around and beneath you, preventing you from ever touching the wall. It was like being inside a giant hamster ball. I climbed in the chair and felt it adjust to fit the contours of my body. A robotic arm extended from the chair and slipped a brand new Oculens visor onto my face. It too adjusted so that it fit perfectly. The visor scanned my retinas, and the system prompted me to speak at my new passphrase, Reindeer Flotilla Cetek Astronomy. I took a deep breath, and the system logged me in. I was ready to rock. My avatar was buffed to the eyeballs and armed to the teeth. I was packing as many magic items as much firepower as I could squeeze into my inventory. Everything was in place. Our plan was in motion. It was time to go. I entered my stronghold's hangar and pressed a button on the wall to open the launch doors. They slid back, slowly revealing the launch tunnel leading up to the Falco's surface. I walked to the end of the runway, past my X-Wing on the Vonnegut. I wouldn't be taking either of them today. They were both good ships, with formidable weapons and defenses, but neither craft would offer much protection in the epic shitstorm that was about to unfold in Cathonia. Fortunately, I now had a new mode of transportation. I removed the 12-inch Leopardon robot from my avatar's inventory and set it down gently on the runway. Shortly before I'd been arrested by IOI, I'd taken some time to examine the toy Leopardon robot and ascertain its powers. As I suspected, the robot was actually a powerful magical item. It hadn't taken me long to figure out the command word required to activate it. Just like in Toei's original Spider-Man TV series, you summon the original robot simply by shouting its name. I did this now, taking the precaution of backing away from the robot a good distance before shouting, "Leopardon!" I heard a piercing shriek that sounded like rending metal. A second later, the once tiny robot had grown to a height of almost 100 meters. The top of the robot's head now protruded through the open launch doors in the hangar ceiling. I gazed up at the towering robot, admiring the attention to detail Halliday had put into coding. Wait, I just realized the Ultraman transformation actually dwarfs this, chads on him by 50, 60 meters. That's pretty funny. Every feature of the original Japanese mech had been recreated, including its giant gleaming sword and spiderweb embossed shield. A tiny access door was set into the robot's left foot, and it opened as I approached, revealing a small elevator inside. It carried me up through the interior of the robot's leg and torso to the cockpit located inside its armored chest. As I seated myself in the captain's chair, I spotted a silver control bracelet in a clear case on the wall. I took it out and snapped it onto my avatar's wrist. The bracelet would allow me to use voice commands to control the robot while I was outside it. Several rows of buttons were set into the command console in front of me, all labeled in Japanese. I pressed one of them, and the engines roared to life. Then I hit the throttle, and the twin rocket boosters in each of the robot's feet ignited and launched it upward out of my stronghold and into the Falco's star-filled sky. I noticed Halliday had added an old 8-track tape player to the cockpit control panel. There was also a rack of 8-track tapes mounted over my right shoulder. I grabbed one and slapped it into the deck. Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap by AC/DC began to blast out of the robot's internal and external speakers so loud it made my chair vibrate. As soon as the robot was clear of my hangar, I shouted, "Change Marveler!" into the control bracelet. The voice commands appeared to work only if you shouted them. The robot's legs, arms, and head folded inward and locked into new positions, transforming the robot into a starship known as the Marveler. Once the transformation was complete, I left Falco's orbit and set a course for the nearest Stargate. Once I emerged from the Stargate in Sector 10, my radar screen lit up like a Christmas tree. Thousands of space vehicles of every make and model were crawling through the starry blackness around me. Everything from single-seater craft to giant moon-sized freighters. I'd never seen so many starships in one place. A steady stream of them poured out of the Stargate, while others converged on the area from every direction in the sky. All the ships gradually funneled together, forming a long, haphazard caravan of vessels stretching toward Cathonia, a tiny brown orb floating in the distance. It looked like every single person in the oasis was headed for Castle Anorak. I felt a brief surge of exhilaration, even though I knew Arthremus's warning might still prove true. There was a chance most of these avatars were here only to watch the show and had no intention of actually risking their lives to fight the Sixers. Arthremus. After all this time, she was now in a room just a few feet away from me. We would actually be meeting in person as soon as this fight was over. The thought should have terrified me, but instead, I felt a zen calm wash over me. Whatever was going to happen down in Cathonia, everything I risked had already been worth it. I transformed the Marveler back into its robot configuration, then joined the long parade of spacecraft. My ship stood out in the vast array of vessels since it was the only giant robot. A cloud of smaller ships quickly formed around me, piloted by curious avatars zooming in for a closer look at Leopardon. I had to mute my comlink because so many different people were trying to hail me, asking who the hell I was and where I picked up such a sweet ride. As the planet Chthoniya grew large in my cockpit window, the density and number of ships around me seemed to increase exponentially. When I finally entered the planet's atmosphere and began to descend toward the surface, it was like flying through a swarm of metal insects. When I reached the area around Castle Anorak, I had a hard time believing my eyes. A concentrated, pulsing mass of ships and avatars covered the ground and filled the air. It was like some otherworldly Woodstock. Shoulder to shoulder, avatars stretched the horizon in all directions. Thousands more floated and flew through the sky above, dodging the constant influx of ships. And at the center of all this insanity stood Castle Anorak itself, an onyx jewel gleaming beneath the Sixer's transparent spherical shield. Every few seconds, some hapless avatar or ship would inadvertently fly or careen into the ship and get vaporized like a bug hitting a bug zapper. When I got closer, I spotted an open patch of ground directly in front of the castle's entrance, just outside the shield wall. 3 giant figures stood side by side at the center of the clearing. The crowd around them was continuously surging inward and then receding as avatars pushed back against each other to try to keep a respectful distance from H, Arthremis, and Shoto, who each sat inside their own gleaming giant robot. This was my first opportunity to see which robots H, Arthremis, and Shoto had selected after clearing the second gate. It took me a moment to place the towering female robot Arthremis was piloting. It was black and chrome in color with elaborate boomerang-shaped headgear and symmetrical red breastplates that made it look like a female version of Tranzor Z. Then I realized it was a female version of Tranzor Z, an obscure character from the original Mazinger Z anime series known as Minerva X. H had selected an RX-78 Gundam mech from the original Mobile Suit Gundam anime series, one of his longtime favorites. Even though I now knew H was actually a female in real life, her avatar was still male, so I decided to continue to refer to him as such. Shoto stood several heads taller than both of them, concealed inside the cockpit of Raideen, the enormous red and blue robot from the mid-70s, Brave Raideen anime series. The massive mech clutched his signature golden bow in one hand and had a large spiked shield strapped to the other. A roar swept through the crowd as I flew in low over the shield and rocketed to a halt above the others. I rotated my orientation so that the Leopardon was upright, then cut the engines and dropped the remaining distance to the surface. My robot landed on one knee and an impact shook the ground. As I stood it upright, the sea of onlookers began to chant my avatar's name. Parzival! Parzival! As the chanting faded back to a dull roar, I turned to face my companions. Nice entrance, you big show-off, Arthremis said, using our private calming channel. Just show up late on purpose? Not my fault, I swear, I said, trying to play it cool. There was a long line at the Stargate. H nodded his mech's massive head. Every transport terminal on the planet has been spitting out avatars since last night, he said, motioning to the scene around us with his Gundam's massive hand. This is unreal. I've never seen so many ships or avatars in one place. Me neither, Arthremis said. I'm surprised the GSS servers can handle load with so much activity in one sector, but there doesn't seem to be any lag at all. I took one long look at the sea of avatars around us, then shifted my attention to the castle. Thousands of flying avatars and ships continued to buzz around the shield, occasionally firing bullets, lasers, missiles, and the other projectiles at it, all of which impacted harmlessly on the surface. Inside the sphere, thousands of power-armored Sixer avatars stood in silent formation, completely encircling the castle. Interspersed through their ranks were rows of hover tanks and gunships. In any other setting, the Sixth Army would have appeared formidable, maybe even unstoppable. But in the face of this endless mob that surrounded them, the Sixers looked woefully outnumbered and outmatched. So, Parzivar, said Shoto, turning his robot's huge head in my direction, it's showtime, old friend. If that sphere doesn't come down like you promised, this is going to be pretty embarrassing. Han will have that shield down, H quoted. We've got to give him some more time. I laughed, then used my robot's right hand to tap the back of its left wrist, indicating the time. H is right. It's still 6 minutes to noon. The end of my sentence was drowned out by another roar from the crowd. Directly in front of us, inside the sphere, the massive front doors of Castle Anorak had just swung open, and now a single Sixer avatar was emerging from within, grinning Sorrento. Grinning at the din of booing and hissing that greeted his rival, Sorrento waved his hand at the Sixer troops stationed directly in front of the castle, and they immediately scattered, clearing a large open space. Sorrento stepped forward into it, positioning himself directly opposite us, just a dozen yards away, on the other side of the shield. 10 other Sixers emerged from the castle and positioned themselves behind Sorrento, each of them standing a good distance apart. I have a bad feeling about this, Artemis muttered into her headset. Yeah, H said. Me too. Sorrento surveyed the scene, then smiled up at us. When he spoke, his voice was amplified through powerful speakers mounted on the Sixer gunships and hover tanks, allowing him to be heard by everyone in the area. And since there were cameras and reporters from every major newsfeed outlet present, I knew his words were being broadcast to the entire world. Welcome to Castle Anorak, Sorrento said. We've been expecting you. He made a sweeping gesture, indicating the angry mob that surrounded him. I must say, we are a bit surprised that so many of you showed up here today. By now, it must be obvious to even the most ignorant among you that nothing can get past our shield. His proclamation was met with a deafening roar of shouted insults, threats, and colorful profanity. I waited a moment, then raised both my robot's hands, calling for quiet. Once a semblance of silence had descended, I got on the public comm channel, which had the same effect as turning on a giant PA system. I dialed my headset volume down to kill the feedback, then said, You're wrong, Sorrento. We're coming in at noon, all of us. A roar of approval erupted from the assembled beaters. Sorrento didn't even bother waiting for it to die down. You're welcome to try, he said, still grinning. Then he produced an item from his inventory and placed it on the ground in front of him. I zoomed in for a closer look and felt the muscles in my jaw tighten. It was a toy robot, a bipedal dinosaur with armor-plated skin and a pair of large cannons mounted on its shoulder blades. I recognized immediately from several turn-of-the-century Japanese monster flicks. It was Mechagodzilla. Kiryu! Sorrento shouted, his voice still amplified. At the sound of the command word, his tiny robot instantly grew in size until it stood almost as tall as Castle Anorak itself, twice the height of the giant robots that H, Shoto, Artemis, and I piloted. The mechanical lizard's armored head almost touched the top of the spherical shield. An awe-struck silence fell over the crowd, followed by the rumble of fearful recognition from the thousands of beaters present. They all recognized this giant metal behemoth. They all knew it was nearly indestructible. Sorrento entered the mech through an access door in one of its massive heels. A few seconds later, the beast's eyes began to glow bright yellow. Then it threw back its head, opened its jagged maw, and let out a piercing metallic roar. On cue, the 10 Sixer avatars standing behind Sorrento pulled out their toy robots and activated them too. 5 of them had the huge robotic lions that could form Voltron. The other 5 had giant mechs from Okay, they called it Macross way back, and now they turned it back, and they now consider Robotech different. Come on. From Robotech and Neon Genesis Evangelion. Oh shit. I heard Artemis and H whisper in unison. Come on, Sorrento shouted defiantly. His challenge echoed across the crowded landscape. Many of the beaters on the front line took an involuntary step backward. A few others turned and ran for their lies. But H, Shoto, Artemis, and I held our ground. I checked the time on my display. Less than a minute to go now. I pressed a button on Leopardon's control panel and my giant robot drew its gleaming sword. I didn't witness it firsthand, but I can tell you with some certainty that this is what happened next. The Sixers had erected a large armored bunker behind Castle Anorak, filled with pallets of weapons and battle gear that had been teleported in by Sixers before they activated their shield. There was also a long rack of 30 supply droids which had been installed along the bunker's eastern wall. Due to a lack of imagination on the part of the supply droid's original designer, they all looked like the robot Johnny Five from the 1986 film Short Circuit. Sixers used these droids primarily as gophers to run errands and fill equipment and ammo requisitions for the troops stationed outside. At exactly 1 minute to noon, one of the supply droids, designation SD-03, powered itself on and disengaged from its charging dock. Then, it rolled forward on its tank trees across the bunker floor to the armory cage at its opposite end. Two robotic sentries stood outside the armory's entrance. SD-03 transmitted its equipment requisition order to them, an order that I myself had submitted on the Sixer intranet 2 days earlier. The sentries verified the requisition and stepped aside, permitting SD-03 to roll into the cage. It continued past long storage racks that held a wide array of weaponry, magic swords, shields, powered armored suits, plasma rifles, railguns, and countless other weapons. Finally, the droid rolled to a stop. The rack in front of it held 5 large octahedron-shaped devices, each roughly the size of a soccer ball. Each device had a small control panel set into one of its 8 sides, along with its serial number. SD-03 found the serial number that matched the one on my requisition form. Then, following a set of instructions I programmed into it, the little droid used its claw-like index finger to enter a series of commands on the device's control panel. When it finished, a small red light above the keypad turned from green to red. Then, SD-03 lifted the octahedron in its arms. As it exited the armory, one antimatter friction induction bomb was subtracted from the Sixers' computerized inventory. SD-03 rolled out of the bunker and began to climb a series of ramps and staircases the Sixers had built into the castle's outer walls to provide access to the upper levels. Along the way, the droid rolled through several security checkpoints. Each time, robotic sentries scanned its security clearance, found the droid was allowed to go anywhere it damn well pleased. When SD-03 reached Castle Anorak's uppermost level, it rolled out into a large observation platform located there. At this point, SD-03 might have drawn a few curious looks from the squadron of elite Sixer avatars guarding the platform. I had no way of knowing, but even the guards somehow anticipated what was about to happen and opened fire on the little droid. It was too late for them to stop it now. SD-03 continued rolling directly to the center of the roof where a high-level Sixer wizard sat holding the Orb Osuvox, the artifact generating the spherical shield around the castle. Then, executing the last of its instructions I programmed into it 2 days earlier, SD-03 lifted the antimatter friction induction bomb up over its head and detonated it. The explosion vaporized the supply droid along with all the avatars stationed on the platform, including the Sixer wizard who was operated the Orba Osuvox. The moment he died, the artifact deactivated and fell to the now empty platform. A brilliant flash of light accompanied the detonation, momentarily blinding me. When it receded, my eyes focused back on the castle. The shield was down. Now, nothing separated the mighty Sixer and Beater armies but open ground and empty space. For about 5 seconds, nothing happened. Time seemed to stop. Everything was silent and still. Then, all hell broke loose. Sitting alone in the cockpit of my mech, I let out a silent cheer. Incredibly, my plan had worked. but I had no time to celebrate, because now I was standing smack dab in the middle of the largest battle in the history of the Oasis. I don't know what I expected to happen next. I'd hoped maybe a tenth of the beaters present would join our assault on the Sixers, but in seconds it was clear that every single one of them had intended to join the fight. A fierce battle cry rose from the sea of avatars around us, and they all surged forward, converging on the Sixer army from every direction. I mean, if you guys want to take a break here and like continue tomorrow, because remember, there is a Ready Player 2.
No, there
Oh,
isn't.
God. That's for next Guild Wars.
There is a Ready Player 2, you guys.
It's time to check who's if Mag is rank 1 right now in our
No.
group.
I'm not.
Oh, thank God, we're saved, boys.
We're saved.
You guys got away with it this time. Where was I? Their total lack of hesitation astounded me, because it was obvious many of them were rushing towards certain death. I watched in amazement as the two... Actually, I'll probably finish this chapter and then we'll stop for the night and see where we're at. I watched in amazement as the two mighty forces clashed all around me, on the ground and in the sky. It was a chaotic, breathtaking scene, like several beehives and wasp nests had smashed together and then dropped onto a giant anthill. Arthremis, H, Shoto, and I stood at the center of it all. At first, I didn't even move for fear of crushing the wave of beaters swarming around and over my robot's feet. Sorrento, however, didn't wait for anyone to get out of his way. He crushed several dozen avatars, including a few of his own troops, under his mech's titanic feet as he lumbered toward us, each of his footfalls creating a small crater in the rocky surface. Uh-oh, I heard Shoto mutter as his mech assumed a defensive position. Here he comes. The Sixer mechs were already taking in immense amount of fire from all directions. Sorrento was getting hit more than anyone because his mech was the biggest target on the battlefield, and no beater with a ranged weapon could seem to resist taking a shot at him. The intense barrage of projectiles, fireballs, and magic missiles and laser bolts quickly destroyed or disabled the other Sixer mechs, who never even got a chance to form Voltron. But Sorrento's robot somehow remained undamaged. Every projectile that hit him seemed to ricochet harmlessly off his mech's armored body. Dozens of spacecraft swooped and buzzed around him, peppering his mech with rocket fire, but their attacks seemed to have little effect. "It is on," H said into a comm link. "It is on like Red Dawn." And with that, he unleashed all of his Gundam's considerable firepower at Doesn't it only have a gun?
Yeah, the RX-78 only has like a beam rifle and a bazooka, doesn't it?
Does he even have the bazooka attached? I'm pretty sure it only had the rifle. Oh, and the
like
Vulcans.
the head Vulcans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a lot of firepower. Never mind. That's a lot of firepower, you guys. Come on. At the same time, Shoto began firing Raiden's bow, while Arthremis' mech fired some sort of red energy beam that appeared to originate from Minerva X's giant metal breasts. Not wanting to be left out, I fired Leopardon's arc turn weapon, a gold boomerang that launched from the mecha's forehead. All of our attacks were direct hits, but Arthremis' beam weapon was the only one that seemed to do any real damage to Sorrento. She blasted a chunk out of the metal lizard's right shoulder blade and disabled the cannon mounted there, but Sorrento didn't pause in his approach. As he continued to close in on us, the Mechagodzilla's eyes began to glow a bright blue. Then Sorrento opened its mouth and a cascading bolt of blue lightning shot outward from the mech's open maw. The beam struck the ground directly in front of us, then cut a deep smoking furrow in the earth as it continued to sweep forward, vaporizing every avatar and ship in its path. All four of us managed to leap out of the way by launching our robots skyward, though I nearly took a direct hit. The lightning weapon shut down a second later, but Sorrento continued to trudge forward. I noticed that his mech's eyes were no longer glowing blue. Apparently, his lightning weapon had to recharge. "I think we've reached the final boss," H joked over the comm link. The four of us were now spread out and circling above Sorrento, making ourselves moving targets. "Screw this, guys," I said. "I don't think we can destroy that thing." "Astute observation, Z," Artemis said. "Got any bright ideas?" I thought for a second. How about I distract him while the three of you cut around and head for the castle entrance? Sounds like a plan, Shoto replied, but instead of heading for the castle, he banked and flew straight at Sorrento, closing the distance between them in the space of a few seconds. Go! He shouted into his calmly. This bastard is our mine! H cut across Sorrento's right flank, and Artemis banked left, while I rocketed upward and over him. Below me, I could see Shoto facing off against Sorrento, and the difference in the size of their mechs was disturbing. Shoto's robot looked like an action figure next to Sorrento's massive metal dragon. Nevertheless, Shoto cut his thrusters and dropped to the ground directly in front of Mechagodzilla. Hurry! I heard H shout. The castle entrance is wide open! From my vantage point in the sky above, I could see that the Sixer forces surrounding the castle were already being overrun by the endless mob of enemy avatars. The Sixers' lines were broken, and hundreds of beaters were streaming past them now, running up to the open castle entrance only to discover once they reached it, they couldn't cross the threshold because they didn't possess a copy of the crystal key. H swung around directly in front of me. Still 100 feet off the ground, he popped the hatch of his Gundam's cockpit and leapt out, whispering the robot's command word in the same instant. As the giant robot shrank back to its original size, he snatched it out of the air and stowed it in his inventory. Now, flying by some magical means, H's avatar swooped down, passed over the bottleneck of beaters clustered at the castle's entrance, and disappeared through the open double doors. A second later, Artemis executed a similar maneuver, stowing her own mech in midair, and then flying into the castle right behind H. I dropped Leopardon into a sharp dive, prepared to follow them. Shoto! I shouted into my comm. We're going inside! Let's go! Go ahead! Shoto replied. I'll be right behind you! But something about the tone of his voice bothered me, and I pulled out of my dive and swung my mech back around. Shoto was hovering above Sorrento, near his right flank. Sorrento slowly turned his mech around and began to stomp back toward the castle. I could now see that his mech's weakness was its lack of speed. The Mechagodzilla's slow movement and attacks counterbalanced its seeming invulnerability. Shoto! I shouted. What are you waiting for? Let's go! Go in without me! Shoto said. I owe this son of a bitch some payback! Before I could reply, Shoto dove at Sorrento, swinging a giant sword in each of his mech's hands. The blades both cut into Sorrento's right side, creating a shower of sparks, and to my surprise, they actually did some damage. When the smoke cleared, I saw that Mechagodzilla's right arm now hung limp. It was nearly severed at the elbow. Looks like you're be wiping with your left hand now, Sorrento! Shoto shouted triumphantly. Then he fired Raideen's boosters and headed in my direction toward the castle, but Sorrento had already swiveled his mech's head around and was now taking a bead on Shoto with two glowing blue eyes. Shoto! I shouted. Look out! But my voice was drowned out by the sound of the lightning weapon firing out of his metal dragon's mouth. It nailed Shoto's mech directly in the center of its back. The robot exploded in an orange ball of fire. I heard a brief screech of static on the comm channel. I called out Shoto's name again, but he didn't reply. Then a message flashed in my display, informing me that Shoto's name had disappeared on the scoreboard. He was dead. This realization momentarily stunned me, which was unfortunate, because Sorrento's lightning weapon was still firing, moving in a fast, sweeping arc, cutting across the ground, then diagonally up the castle wall toward me. I finally reacted, too late, and Sorrento nailed my mech in the lower torso just a split second before the beam cut off. I looked down to discover that the bottom half of my robot had been blasted away. Every warning indicator in my cockpit started to flash as my mech began to fall out of the sky in two smoking, burning halves. Somehow, I had the presence of mind to reach up and yank the ejection handle above my seat. The cockpit canopy popped off, and I jumped free of the falling mech a split second before it impacted on the castle steps, killing several dozen of the avatars crowded there. I fired my avatar's jet boots just before I hit the ground, then adjusted my immersion rig's control setup, because I was now controlling my avatar instead of a giant robot. I managed to land on my feet in front of the castle, just clear of Leopardon's flaming wreckage. A second after I landed, a shadow spilled over me, and I turned around to see Sorrento's mech blotting out the sky. He raised its massive left foot, preparing to crush me. I took 3 running steps and jumped, firing my jet boots in mid-leap. The thrust threw me clear just as the Mechagodzilla's huge clawed foot slammed down, forming a crater in the spot where I'd stood a second before. The metal beast let out another ear-splitting shriek, followed by hollow, booming laughter. Sorrento's laughter. I cut my jet boost thrusters and tucked my avatar into a ball. I hit the ground running, tumbling forward, then came up to my feet. I squinted up at the metal lizard's head. Its eyes weren't glowing again. Not yet. I could fire my jet boots again now and make it inside the castle before Sorrento could fire on me again. He wouldn't be able to follow me inside, not without getting out of his oversized mech. I could hear Arthurimus and H shouting at me on my comlink. They were already inside, standing in front of the gate, waiting for me. All I had to do was fly into the castle and join them. The three of us could enter the... Wait. What the? No. All I had to do was fly into the castle and join them. The three of us could open and enter the gate before Sorrento caught up with us. I was sure of it, but I didn't move. Instead, I took out the beta capsule and held the small metal cylinder in the palm of my avatar's hand. Sorrento had tried to kill me, and in the process, he'd murdered my aunt, along with several of my neighbors, including sweet old Mrs. Gilmore, who had never hurt a soul. He'd also had Dido killed, and even though I never met him, Dido had been my friend. And now, Sorrento had just killed Shoto's avatar, robbing him of his chance to enter the third gate. Sorrento didn't deserve his power or his position. What he deserved, I decided in that moment, was public humiliation and defeat. He deserved to have his ass kicked while the whole world watched. I held the beta capsule high over my head and pressed its activation button. There was a blinding flash of light and the sky turned crimson as my avatar changed, growing and morphing into a gigantic red and silver-skinned humanoid alien with glowing egg-shaped eyes and a strange finned head and a glowing light embedded in the center of my chest. For the next 3 minutes, I was Ultraman. Mechagodzilla stopped shrieking and thrashing. Its gaze had been pointed down at the ground where my avatar had stood a second earlier. Now its head slowly tilted up, taking in the size of its new opponent until our glowing eyes finally met. I now stood face to face with Sorrento's mech, matching its height and size almost exactly. Sorrento's mech took several awkward steps backward. Its eyes began to glow again. I crouched slightly and struck an offensive pose, noticing that a timer now appeared in the corner of my display, counting down from 3 minutes. 2:59, 2:58, 2:57. Below the timer, there was a menu listing Ultraman's various energy attacks in Japanese. I quickly selected Specium Ray, then held my arms up in front of me, one horizontal and the other vertical, forming a cross. A pulsing beam of white energy shot out of my forearms, striking the Mechagodzilla in its chest and knocking it backward. Thrown off balance, Sorrento lost control and tipped over his own mammoth feet. His mech tumbled to the ground, landing on its side. A cheer went up from the thousands of avatars watching from the chaotic battlefield around us. I launched myself into the air, flew 1/2 kilometer straight upward, then I dropped back down, feet first, aiming my heels directly at the Mechagodzilla's curved spine. When my feet hit, I heard something inside the metal beast snap under my crushing weight. Smoke began to pour out of its mouth, and the blue glow of its eyes quickly dissipated. I executed a backflip and landed behind the supine mech in a crouch. Its single functioning arm flailed wildly while its tail and legs thrashed about. Sorrento appeared to be struggling with the controls in an effort to get the beast back on its feet. I selected Yatsuaki Coding from my weapon menu, Ultra Slice. A glowing circular saw blade of electric blue energy appeared in my right hand, spinning fiercely. I hurled it at Sorrento, releasing it with a snap of my wrist like a frisbee. It whirled through the stomach and struck the Mechagodzilla in its stomach. The energy blade cut into its metal skin as if it were tofu, slicing the mech into 2 halves. Just before the entire machine exploded, the head detached and blasted away from the neck Sorrento had ejected. But since the mech was lying flat, its head shot out on a trajectory parallel to the ground. Sorrento quickly adjusted for this, and the rocket sprouting from the head began to tilt it skyward. Before it could get very far, I crossed my arms again, fired another Specium Ray, nailing the retreating head like a clay pigeon. It disintegrated in an immensely satisfying explosion. The crowd went wild. I checked the scoreboard, confirmed that Sorrento's employee number had vanished. His avatar was dead. I couldn't take too much satisfaction from this, though, because I knew he was probably already kicking one of his underlings out of a haptic chair so he could take control of a new avatar. The counter for my display had only 15 seconds remaining when I deactivated the beta capsule. My avatar instantly shrunk back to normal size, and my appearance returned to normal. Then, I spun around, powered on my jet boots, and flew into the castle. When I reached the opposite end of the huge foyer, I found H and Arthemis standing in front of the crystal door waiting for me. The smoking, bloody bodies of over a dozen recently slain Sixer avatars lay scattered on the stone floor around them, slowly fading out of existence. Apparently, there had been a brief and decisive skirmish, and I just missed it. No fair, I said, cutting my boots and dropping to the floor beside H. You could have saved at least one of them for me. Arthemis didn't reply. She just gave me the finger. Congrats on wasting Sorrento, H said. It was an epic throwdown for sure, but you're still a complete idiot, you know that, right? Yeah, I shrugged. I know. You're such a selfish asshole, Arthemis shouted. What if you got yourself killed, too? I didn't, though, did I? I said, stepping around her to examine the crystal door. So chill out, let's open this thing. I examined the keyhole in the center of the door, then looked at the words printed directly above it, etched into the door's faceted surface. Charity, hope, faith. I took out my copy of the crystal key and held it up. H and Arthemis followed suit and held up their keys too. Nothing happened. We all exchanged concerned looks. Then an idea occurred to me, and I cleared my throat. 3 is a magic number, I said, reciting the first line of the Schoolhouse Rock song. As soon as I spoke the words, the crystal door began to glow, and the 2 additional keyholes appeared on either side of the first. That did it, H whispered. Holy shit, I can't believe this. We're really here, standing in front of the 3rd gate. Arthemis nodded. Finally. I inserted my key in the center keyhole. H inserted his into the keyhole on the left, and Arthemis placed hers in the keyhole on the right. Clockwise, Arthemis said. On the count of 3? H and I nodded. Arthemis counted to 3, and we turned our keys in unison. There was a brief flash of blue light, during which all of our keys and the crystal door itself vanished. And then the 3rd gate stood open in front of us, a crystal doorway leading into a spinning whirlpool of stars. Wow, I heard Arthemis whisper beside me. Here we go. As the 3 of us stepped forward, preparing to enter the gate, I heard an ear-splitting boom. It sounded like the entire universe was cracking in half. And then we all died.
Wow, what a good place to end.
There we go.
Ready
So-
for 2.
Yeah, look, it's right there. Right here. We can start it right now, even.
I don't like that.
Whoa, wait a
No,
minute.
let's not do that.
Go back to your library. I saw something interesting there.
What you see?
I saw that death is for the villainous one.
I don't know what you're talking about, Yoko. You must be seeing things.
Uh-huh.
It must be all the Ready Player One. All right, so we'll finish this up tomorrow, probably, and see where that puts us. Ugh. Same time tomorrow,
Good night.
8 p.m. So have a good
Yeah.
night.
Right.
With Lewd Novels My Library, I mean, you want to actually see it?
The misfit of Demon Academy.
Hey, none of these are lewd, okay? They're all.
False.
Okay.
There's at least one lewd one here.
There's at least one lewd one on here.
Not really lewd, but like implied ludity.
These look perfectly normal and wholesome.
Most of them are. Yeah, they are. They are.
Oh, Magi Revo, God bless.
It'll keep going for a long. Alright, we reached the bottom.
I saw Rockadai in there.
Yeah. Alright, so we'll finish this tomorrow.
Alright, GG's.
Bye, friends.
Thank God.
Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll finish we'll finish the reading tomorrow. So I'll see you guys then, 8 p.m. Have a good night.